I would suggest just making sure you don't have another program open like a Google Meets or another Zoom meeting or something that's using your camera.
Don't think so.
All right, Bobby, looks like Bobby's working on coming back. And then
why don't we give him a minute then?
Yeah, and I don't see Karen yet.
Bobby's in.
We got it.
There we go. Woohoo!
Okay.
So Mayor, I don't see Karen, and I don't have an email from her.
I can call her, Britt.
Okay.
She might be in the Google Meet with me, and I'm helping her get in the correct link.
Okay.
I'll fix that for the next meeting. I didn't realize it was still there, so I will get that fixed. There comes Karen. Let's just give her a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Karen.
Okay.
We
I
are.
cannot hear anybody else.
We can't
Can't
see
hear
you.
us.
Oh, we can hear you.
All righty. Looks like we're all present and accounted for then, eh, Britt?
It appears that way, Mayor.
Well, it is slightly past 4:30 on April 6, 2021. We are the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Call this meeting to order. Britt, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Ferlito,
Here?
Tice,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Here?
Mayor Potter.
Yeah,
We have a quorum.
excellent. So before we commence tonight's meeting, we are on a different forum with the Zoom platform. So Britt, do you want to just kind of walk us through, us and the public, what the protocol is for this application?
Sure.
Great.
For those who are, I'm sorry, Karen, are you good?
Yep.
Okay. For those who are joining the meeting via computer, your controls for participating are going to be located along the bottom of your Zoom screen. To mute and unmute yourself, you'll click on the microphone icon at the bottom left. To turn your camera on and off, you'll click on the camera icon, also located at the bottom left of your screen. When it's time for public comments, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon at the bottom middle part of your screen, which looks like a smiley face. Then you click on raise hand. For those who have joined the meeting by phone, either by mobile or landline, you would raise your hand when it's time for public comment by pressing *9. To unmute yourself when calling in via phone, you'd press *6. During public comment, you'll be called on to speak in the order in which your hand was raised. Please wait to be called on before speaking. Once all of the people who have raised their hands have been called on, there will still be an opportunity for anyone unable to raise their hand to unmute and speak at that time. To reduce distractions, please keep your audio muted and your video turned off when you're not speaking during public comment. And we will appreciate the public's patience and flexibility as we learn this new platform for the city council meetings.
Excellent. Thank you, Britt. Appreciate it. Hope everybody understands the protocol and the operations. I'm glad we've switched to this format. Actually, I think it's a lot more user-friendly. So I appreciate all the efforts staff's made to make it happen. First order under extraordinary business is a proclamation declaring this week as National Library Week. I've got the resolution here. I'm not going to read it in its entirety. I just want to point out that this is also the speaker series tomorrow night with for the Public Library Foundation, which is they have Douglas Brinkley, a well-known author and historian, speaking. I've signed up. I'd encourage everybody else to do so. Should be an epic event. He's really quite the speaker with a lot of interesting facts and fiction to project. No, I'm being facetious. He's actually a really good guy. I was fortunate enough to be part of a video promoting the event. I thought it went very well. So I'm looking forward to a lot of attendance at that. And if you haven't signed up, I really encourage you to do so. Chip, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Libraries transform lives and communities, and we're grateful to all our library partners, certainly Carmel Public Library Foundation, the Friends of the Carmel Public Library, and our own library board for all they do for our library. We'll be talking about budgeting for the library in the next couple of months. The other part of the talk tomorrow night is one of our own, John Arquella, who is a distinguished professor of defense analytics and analysis from our own Naval Postgraduate School. So he'll be joining, I believe, Mr. Brinkley tomorrow night. So yeah, it's a great celebration of National Library Week, and thank you for including it in the agenda packet, Mr. Mayor.
Let me just note then that now therefore be it resolved that I, Dave Potter, Mayor of Carmel-by-the-Sea, proclaim National Library Week, April 4th through 10th, 2021. During this week, I encourage all residents to visit Carmel Public Library online to access resources and services. Because of you, libraries transforms lives and communities. I think that says it all. So we will consider that resolution adopted. And why don't we move on then to public appearance items. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. 3-minute limitation on that testimony. If you'd state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. Is there anybody wishing to testify tonight?
Mayor, I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Well, we'll take that then as no participation by the public this evening under public comment. Move on then to the announcements. Any announcements by council members? Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to announce my monthly announcement about the climate change meeting. This month we're meeting on tax day. So after you filed your taxes by 3:30, you can zoom on over to our climate change meeting. We ended up canceling last month's meeting because the kids couldn't make it. So this month we're going to have a presentation from PG&E on the resilience of their power grid infrastructure. We're going to review some work we've done over the past couple of months. And we're also going to start the process of reviewing our report, reviewing the work that we've done overall by looking at the vulnerability assessment that we've been putting together. And we're going to start the process of identifying and prioritizing the different vulnerabilities that the city faces. So we hope everybody can join us. See, 3:30 on Thursday, April 15th. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Anybody else? All right. Chip, do you have anything for the good of the nation?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. Good of the nation is that people are back in our village. With the good weather, we had a lot of folks visiting us from out of the area this past weekend. I expect that to continue. So Mr. Harari and Chief Tomasi are both staffing up for the coming weekends, especially if the weather is nice. So we'll have extra public works staff and a hearty thanks to the public works staff for being here on both Saturday and Sunday. We'll have a team on both those days to help scout out, make sure we maintain the character of the village, pick up garbage, direct people, what have you. We'll also have extra dumpsters at Del Mar to collect trash for people visiting our coastline. And thanks to our always intrepid police force, Carmel PD, we'll also have extra officers on duty periodically during the weekends to make sure that, again, people who visit here treat Carmel like a local and they're respectful, which we fully expect. And again, any way we can help them and protect them on their visit as well. So please be patient with our visitors. We do have a beach fire protocol that I think Chief Tomasi and again, Mr. Harari sent out yesterday to the entire council. We're going to try to pull Chief Panholzer into having our fire department help out with some kind of beach patrol. We don't have the devices out on the beach, obviously. So people, unfortunately, this past weekend made some fires on the sand, which we extinguished with the help of, again, some of our residents and then cleaned up. Please, just a reminder, no beach fires at this point in time, and we'll continue to work on that pilot program as weather permits. And that's what I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Bobby?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry I didn't say this earlier, but over a couple weekends ago, I guess it was, I was out riding my bike and I heard some fire engines and I went and saw what was going on. And there was a small house fire. And I just want to give a shout out to the police force and our fire department. They had, successfully put out the fire, but then they searched for the dogs that were missing. They talked to the woman's house it was, and their bedside manner was just so kind and so professional. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to both the police force and the fire department.
Well said, Bobby. Thanks. Brian, is there anything to report out from Councilor? I don't think so. From the city attorney, I don't think so.
No, there's not. We did not have a closed session yesterday, so I have nothing to report today.
Excellent. Well, I think that then will conclude our announcements. We can move on to closed session. There were 5 items on the consent calendar. I believe item number 4 and number 5 have been pulled. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move those to our May 4th meeting, please, sir. No motion or anything necessary. We just need to do some additional work and we'll just move those to the 4th.
So, Chip, my suggestion on number 5 would be that we do move that to a future meeting, but I wouldn't pin it to the May meeting right now because there's some
I'm sorry.
to be done.
So a date undetermined then.
Right.
Okay.
Fair enough.
That noted, that'll then leave items 1, 2, and 3 on the consent calendar. Is there any member of council with a concern on these items? I don't see anybody. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to either of these items? Britt, I don't hear from anybody. Do you? All right. Well, then if we could have a motion to approve the consent calendars, items 1, 2, and 3, that would be appropriate.
I'll make that motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3 on the consent agenda.
Second would be nice.
Motion.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Britt, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Ferlito,
Yes.
Tice,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Hey, it passes with 5 yes votes.
We're off to a good start here. So hope we can keep that going. So now under orders of business, item number 6 is an ordinance 2021-001, amending sections 2.282.030, 2.32.030, 2.36.030, 2.72.030, and 2.74.010 the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code relating to timing of board and commissioners appointments and resolutions. And for resolution 2021-014, amending city policy C89-06, appointment of boards and commissions. Chip, do you want to tee this off and then go to Britt, or how do you want to handle it?
I just go to Miss Britt right away, please, Mr. Mayor. She knows the best about this, and so I think we're all squared away.
Britt, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Mayor Potter and City Council members, before you this evening is an ordinance that changes the timing, as you said, for the appointing members of your boards and your commissions. This originally came about in October. It was discussed, and then again in December, where the council requested that staff change the timing from October of each year to May of each year. Originally, we appointed in October because it followed the April election cycle. Now that we have elections in November, May seems an appropriate time. It gives time to get the council seated and start the recruitment for your boards and your commissions. I worked with the city attorney so that we could update all the areas of the municipal code that were impacted with the change. So now with your approval, the timing for the appointments will take place in May of each year. Also included in the ordinance is the extension of the terms for those who are currently seated. So instead of expiring in the fall, now they will expire, they will be extended to May of each year. The policy that is associated with the appointing boards and commissions also needed to be updated. So I've made those changes in your attached resolution for this item. The other change I went ahead and added with the policy change was how we will handle unexpected vacancies. And so I've included that the subcommittee made up of the mayor and the mayor pro tem can now use the most recent applications that are submitted for the most recent recruitment. Those applications can be used. We'll also do a recruitment for the unexpected vacancy, but at the same time, we can use existing applications for that vacancy. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you've got them.
Are there any questions of Britt at this time? Chip?
Mr. Mayor, we did have one suggestion, and Britt and I talked about it. We don't have an issue. On page 85 of the packet, under number 10, this is under the policy. It reads, the city clerk shall notify all new appointees of the date and time to attend a presentation regarding the Brown Act. There are other trainings. There are other trainings that are required by law. Training on the Brown Act is unfortunately not required by law. There's training that's required, like Assembly Bill 1234, harassment, inclusion training, and a variety of other trainings that are required by law. However, if the council would like to put a comma after act and write other training or trainings, we're amenable to that minor change. It's not an issue at all, Mr. Mayor.
It seemed to me that's an appropriate recommendation. So people aren't deluded into thinking they only have to go to one. They can go through the rest of them like well Highs have to do. Any objections by council members? I don't see any. So no questions of staff this time. We'll take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
I do not see any hands raised at this time, Mayor.
All right, well, I consider that nobody's wanting to speak then. We can move on with approval of this item. The council is so inclined unless somebody wanted to opine on this. Jeff?
Yes, unfortunately, I do need to opine on one thing that I have spoken to Chip about. In section 2.28.30, which is on page 75 of the packet, there's a statement that, let me see if I can find it. Terms, and this particular section is in reference to the Community Activities Commission. It says terms of members shall be staggered, so no more than 2 terms shall expire in any 1 year. And I'm reading from the wrong section, so my sincere apologies. It's the next section. Yes. So that no more than 2, so that at least 2 terms, but no more than 3 terms shall expire in any 1 year. And I don't have the commission schedule in front of me, the expiration schedule, but we have commissions where no one expires in a particular year, no terms expire. And so I'm guessing that this was written this way because community activities has 2 people that expire in 1 year and 3 people that expire probably 2 years down the road. So in addition to the fact that that's sort of a bad schedule, but putting that aside for a minute, the law should read no more than, I think it should read no more than 2. We need to include the cases where commissions have no expirations. Does that make sense? And so at least 2, but no more than 3 assumes that we have 2 or 3 expirations every year for community activities. And that's not the case because some years we have 0.
Britt, Chip, are you clear on this recommendation?
And that's true. And that's also true of the Forest and Beach Commission, which I believe is 2.32.30. The verbiage is the same. So I guess the sentiment is the same. And I will, as Dave says, opine for 1 second. I do think that it's sort of bad form for 3 commissioners to be up for expiration in the same year. And so I would gently nudge the mayor and the vice mayor, whoever happens to be the next time we do this, I guess it'll be Dave and Bobby, that maybe if we have 3 people expiring 1 year, we could sort of short circuit one of those terms so that the next time this rolls around, only 2 people expire. So something to keep in mind when the next set of applications comes due and we have one of these super duper 3 appointment years. So maybe 4 years from then, we could not have that issue arise again. But I do think the municipal code as written needs this little adjustment.
So what is your recommendation? It said at least 2, no more than 3. That's how it's worded. What was your recommendation? I show that there's somebody expiring each year, so that I'll go back and look at that. But
well, if it says at least 2, but no more than 3, then when only one term expires in 1 year, that's not to the municipal code. That was my point.
got it. Okay.
Some years there's 0 people expire, and some years there's 1. I think that all the commissions should have 1 person expiring every year, and sometimes they have 2. I mean, that's just my personal preference, and that's really not up for discussion. But the verbiage of the new code, 2 or 3, is not correct. It should be 0, 1, 2, or 3, depending on the commission, but it should really be 0, 1, or 2. But does that make sense, Britt?
Yes, I'm thinking I'm maybe with Brian's assistance, we're looking at least 1, no more than 2 then is how you'd like to change that.
Yeah, I'd be happy, I've given you my feedback. I'll just leave it to Dave, whether you want to wordsmith it right here, just bring it back next month. It sounds like it'll be pretty fast to just bring it back. I'll leave it to someone else to make that decision.
Would you introduce it as it's written then now?
Yes, that's my question.
Yeah.
Jeff, do you want to go ahead and pass this now? Come back and amend it? I'd rather just do it in one fell swoop. Brian, what's your thought?
My advice would be that we, if the language is going to be revised, that we take care of that and bring it back to you at your next meeting. I just would want to get clarity on how the language is proposed to be changed. So I'm looking at 2.28 030 under appointment process for the Community Activities Commission. And then Councilmember Barron, what language I see where it says it's going to be staggered. So at least 2 terms, the terms of the members will be staggered. So at least 2 terms, but no more than 2 terms shall expire in 1 year. How do you want that changed?
If I may, I would make a suggestion, and we would just have it say no more than 2 terms expire in every year. I think that would solve almost all the issues. And then for the 2 commissions that apparently have 3 people expiring, the next time those appointments come up, the selection committee would stagger, 2 people would get appointed to 4-year terms, and the third vacancy would get appointed to a 1 or a 2 or a 3-year term to sort of even out the schedule.
Well, I understand what you're doing, what you intend to do. Jeff, I do find it's a little surprising, though, that given your normal focus on the agenda and level of detail you usually provide, that Britt and Brian seem a little surprised by you bringing this up now.
That's not a problem. We can revise the language to address this issue if that's the will of the council. It just seems, my understanding was that, are these 2-year terms?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
actually there is one board that the terms are 3 years.
Okay, but for the Community Activities Commission, it's 2 years.
Well, guys, just in the area under the heading of efficiency of meetings, I'd rather you guys take this offline and go ahead and fix it, bring it back. Okay, I think that's a more professional way of doing this. Do you agree? All right.
I would agree with that.
All right, that's what we're going to do then. If we get a motion to continue this item to the next meeting, that'd be appropriate. Jeff, would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue this entire agenda item to the May 4th meeting. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak this item? I don't think so. All right, so specific to the continuance, we have a motion, we have a second. Britt, could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron? Ferlito?
Yes.
Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Hey, it passes with 5 yes votes.
All righty, we'll see you on May and May. Okay, so our next item is number 7, which is ordinance 2021-002, adding chapter 12.48, special events to the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code, and resolution 2021-015, rescinding resolution 2016-035, and rescinding city policy C16-01, special events. And Chip, do you want to tee this up and then we'll pass it off to Ashley?
Miss Wright's she's been working on this for most of her adult life. And then we do have Sergio Rudin from Mr. Pierrick's firm to provide emotional. No, he's helped a great deal as well on this as well, Mr. Mayor. So Miss Wright has a PowerPoint presentation that was sent to you a couple hours ago. So I suggest we just go right to her, sir.
Ashley, that'd be lovely. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Chip said, I do have a short and sweet PowerPoint for all of you. And I appreciate your considering this item this evening. The proposed chapter 12.48 of the municipal code and the rescinding of policy C1601 governing special events in our village. So as you all well know, special events provide cultural enrichment, economic vitality, enhancement of our community identity, and generally provide a community benefit. They bring people together. They bring people to town, which visitors help to support our restaurants and businesses. They're very important to our village, and we care a lot about them, which is why we're here discussing this item tonight. I do want to caveat this presentation with the fact that the presentation of a municipal code, the proposed section of the municipal code in place of the policy, is not something that is intended to make the special event permitting process more onerous to event organizers. That process will remain essentially the same, where we have them going through that process and are asking, our 20 questions about safety issues. And we continue to work on streamlining that. So I wanted to make that clear up front. This isn't to try to change fees or do anything like that. This is simply about policy and making sure in particular that we are in compliance with First Amendment rights. So a little bit of background on Council Policy C1601, if all of you haven't been glued to the Pinecone and City Council meetings for the last 5 years. This policy was developed over a year by a group of very dedicated citizens and staff members. Chief Tomasi was one of those committee members, and it was adopted in 2016, and it's to provide guidelines for the administration of the application and permitting process for special events, to make things clear for staff and for people applying to have special events here in our village, what those parameters are, what our expectations are. Over the years, staff have been making notations about what's working in the policy and what hasn't been working in the policy, as have council. In May of 2018, staff was directed by council to work with an ad hoc committee of the Community Activities Commission, which staff has done. That was Commissioner Refuerzo and Commissioner Calafiore, to update this policy. And that was including the elimination of the special event support program. That was the granting program that was in place. And the reason for eliminating those is because the council went through a 4-meeting long process of amending the special event permit fees, so that grant program was no longer necessary. So that's why that was recommended to be taken out of that policy. More recently, in February of 2020, council directed staff to return to the council with a further augment of the policy regarding car week, specifically limiting the number of car week events to the Tuesday and Thursday events. Name of events was not specified, just Tuesday and Thursday events. I want to make that clear because that's come up before about the Tuesday and Thursday events. The one of the things that prompted me after we shut everything down and canceled most of our special events this last year, 2020, to take a look at special events where some of the protests that were occurring beginning in June of 2020 and through the summer, and what those implications were for our village. And I know that Brian was working with a city administrator on that, on First Amendment rights and what the implications were for our village. And I began speaking with Brian and Sergio about our special event policy and the lack of section in our municipal code about special events in particular, but also how the city would respond to requests for expressive activity or compliance with First Amendment rights. How are we meeting those needs if somebody wants to have a march in town, which isn't unheard of. It has happened before here in town. Some of you will remember. We started looking at the policy, but also the section of the municipal code that I had drafted with that eye. So the use of our streets and sidewalks and parks is protected under the First Amendment. So if somebody wants to come in and do something like a protest or a talk and use their, exercise their First Amendment rights, they can. We do have the job of making sure that people are safe and that we protect the public property while we are helping people to exercise their rights. And make sure we're minimizing, public safety and traffic concerns. I will note too that the public assembly, so anything we do with special events, parades are covered actually already in the municipal code, require a commitment, and Chief Tomasi can speak to this as well, especially if the events get larger, of city resources, including public safety, to regulate traffic and to keep an eye on those safety measures, and making sure that, we've got good solid plans in place with our event organizers for trash impacts, cleanup efforts, making sure that people have their ABC license, that there's accessibility plans, that type of thing along with their permit. So there's a lot that goes into planning for special events, not just our city events, but working with event organizers. But again, we need to be nimble enough to respond to those requests for people to exercise their First Amendment rights. And I would say that the current municipal code as it stands now and policy C-1601 don't really adequately do that by way of some of the things that are in there, such as the time frame that we put on appeals, for instance. That the appeal of a rejection of a special event permit needs to go to council, because council meets once a month. That drags the timeline out for people to have their case heard and express those First Amendment rights, if that is what they are trying to do. So that is one change that you will see between the policy and the special event section of the municipal code. And I do have Sergio and Brian here who can get into all the details about case law. I, of course, have read it and watched numerous episodes of Perry Mason, but I am not an attorney, so they can speak better to why we made some of the changes in the municipal code that we did and I will say after much discussion. Brian and Sergio, I had a couple of lengthy conversations about why Carmel had chosen to do the things that we had done, the way we have them in the policy, why these things were important to us, and how we could tweak some of those things as we worked on this section of the municipal code. As I stated before, looking at this policy, council previously had directed staff to eliminate the special event support program. So that's no longer represented in the section of the municipal code. And the fee schedule, there's no fee schedule attached in there either. And that is because the special event fees, just as with all of the other city fees, are adopted every year as part of the budget process, and those change from year to year. So those are not included in there, and those are completely separate. They had been, fees and the cost of events had been kind of tangled up in policy decisions in the past, And while the amount that is charged for fees and deposits and things like that is very important, it isn't, I don't think it should be meshed in with the safety measures that we are applying to our events. They are completely separate issues in terms of how we manage and execute events. As it stands now, and I can bring this up, I've got it ready to go. The special event permit application requires event organizers to address all the items that are identified in the event detail sections of policy C1601, which I'm sure you all looked through. That is very detailed. And it is, you know, for some small scale event organizers, the permit can be a little overwhelming, but for the larger scale event organizers, our permit application gets at all of the important things about sound amplification, whether there's an alcohol component, and if there's, you know, the intention to get an ABC license, and how is the fencing going to look, and what is your setup time and breakdown time. It's very, very detailed, and any one of our event organizers can tell you, we notice if there's a box not checked or a diagram not included, we take this very seriously. So all of those things will continue to work with event organizers on. Some of those things are covered in other sections of our municipal code, for instance, sound amplification, or there are requirements like ABC license from the state, or if there's any serving of food, we need to know if they've gone through Monterey County and gotten their health department certificate for that. So we are covering those things in that section. Looks like I duplicated my slides. One of the things that you will see in the proposed chapter that wasn't in our policy that I think is important is with our green spaces is limiting the size of events for Forest Hill Park and Piccadilly Park as well, because they are so small and parking is an issue in those places. It's proposed to limit those spaces to 25 or fewer people at Forest Hill Park, and then special events be prohibited completely at Mission Trail Nature Preserve, because it is a nature preserve, and on the North Dunes and the Del Mar Dunes, because of their designation as environmentally sensitive habitats. And I do realize that the volleyball courts are located there as well, but the Del Mar master plan, and thank you, Councilmember Barron, for this question, is clear that it really does want to limit the kinds activities to just volleyball courts and volleyball only, no special event types of things. So, and that of course is, the council can discuss that piece of things. My recommendation to you, and I realize this is a lot to take in, and of course, is to, you know, introduce this chapter on a first reading and to rescind policy C1601. But I do understand that these two things are very different. There's going to be a lot of questions. So I do not have the expectation that this will occur this evening. And I'm looking forward to answering any questions that you have. Again, Sergio and Brian have been with me through this process, going through all this, and they may be able to answer some of your questions. But I look forward to discussion and direction, and likely being back here next month with this item again. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, any other staff comments before I open it up to council members for questions? Chip?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms. Wright. And I think, as Ashley said, this is it's a heady topic, largely because we're a welcoming community, but we're also one who prides ourselves on protecting our character. And sometimes we are bound. We're always bound by the First Amendment to our Constitution. So it is a heady topic. One of the things that Ashley and I spoke about earlier in the week or late last week is if you have concerns about rescinding the policy resolution for special events early and thinking there's going to be a gap in between your first reading and your second reading when the new ordinance would take effect, we're keen on continuing the latter half of that, and you can rescind the policy at a later date. We don't think under COVID that we're going to have a rush of requests for special events in the next 60 or 90 days. And in fact, Ms. Wright was corresponding today with, I forget who it was, I think it was Councilmember Tice regarding festivals, which are actually not even included in the governor's reopening for a safe economy. So a lot to discuss, a lot of things to think about. But again, we're here to help. And again, thanks to Brian and his partner for their help on this policy and ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
So Chip, what you were recommending or staff was asking for is perhaps a first read only and then come back at second read for any modifications or amendments?
Well, we could do that as long as the amendments are minor.
Exactly.
Wording choices. There's no content change, Mr. Mayor. But it is, again, it's a complicated topic. So my suggestion is we delve right in.
Take input and then continue.
Very, very, very potentially, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Wright is working on a white paper regarding special events with Mr. Pierick that we can, we're constantly updating. I know she's in constant contact with some of our event organizers, all of our event organizers, as we emerge from the horrors of the pandemic. And again, we can keep you apprised on what's happening. But this is this is an important ordinance that we do need to get in place sooner rather than later.
Brian and Sergio, you both were unmuted. Did you have something? Brian, you were kind of bobbing and weaving there a little bit. Do you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I will. I'm not bashful. I would say that in terms of what your process is this evening, you can certainly introduce for first reading the ordinance if you wish. It depends, I guess, on how many questions, comments you have or clarifications of language. My advice would be, as Chip indicated, if there's any changes of substance, we would need to bring it back for a first reading at your meeting next month. In terms of the policy itself and whether or not to leave that in place, the ordinance wouldn't become effective until 30 days after your second reading. So if it comes back to you for your second reading, that wouldn't be the time you would rescind the policy. You would wait until the meeting after that because the ordinance wouldn't be effective for 30 days. As far as substantive comments on the ordinance itself, Sergio is here and available to respond to your questions, and he might make some preliminary comments as well if you want, Sergio.
No, I just wanted to say thank you, City Council members, for having me here. And yeah, I'm very thrilled to answer any questions you might have and help guide you through this process.
All right, well, those comments noted, why don't I open up and see what questions we have of staff from council members. Anybody want to start the discussion? Bobby?
Yeah, I first, thanks guys for being so proactive in getting this done. I really appreciate it. I have a feeling it's going to keep us out of hot water potentially. But is there any, are we looking at other cities and what they have adopted who have, a long historical events, like I always use the Pasadena Rose Parade or the, in New Orleans Mardi Gras Parade, like some of these parades that go on year after year after year, are events that are historically annually. Do we look at what they have in their ordinances?
Ashley, I don't know if you want to jump in here in terms of, feel free to jump in whenever you'd like, but a lot of the definitions, particularly in this ordinance, come from larger cities like Long Beach, for example. Most of these definitions that are in this particular ordinance have actually already been challenged in litigation and have been upheld as constitutional, which was why we had recommended that they be used.
Thank you.
And Bobby, yes, in that time when I was charged with working with the ad hoc committee, both Commissioner Refuerzo and Calafiore will tell you how many policies I made them read and sections of municipal codes all over the state governing special events. We did a very serious deep dive into how other cities are handling their special events and what is right for us. I mean, I think that's another key thing to be aware of with policy C1601 is all that feedback you've given us and what I hear from event organizers that's specific to our village.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Karen?
Yes. So I'm trying to understand how small events are impacted by this and whether they're actually even considered events. For example, when every weekend we had people standing on various corners around town having petition signing, is that considered an event or just a First Amendment action? And I would appreciate that comment on that.
So that would likely be considered expressive activity exempt from permitting under this ordinance. The Ninth Circuit has already held that requiring advance notice and permitting of First Amendment type activity for groups that are less than 75 people is generally presumed to be unconstitutional. So typically we want to try and avoid requiring permit for small assemblies in light of that, unless there's a specific, public safety reason or something along those lines, like say for Piccadilly Park, where it's just too small to hold that size of an assembly.
Karen, does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers my question. Now I have a second question. In the past, there have been walks around Carmel to look at trees, and people assembled for a few minutes during sign up at Piccadilly. Might have been 30 or 40 people at the time, and then people walk around town. Is that an event that would require a special permit just to assemble and then go walking around town?
I would suspect the answer to that is probably no, especially if they're assembling on streets and sidewalks. There's actually a case involving Santa Monica that talks about requiring permits to, hold those types of walks or protests on sidewalks. Generally, it's difficult for a city to require permitting as long as they're compliance with all, street regulations, safety, traffic controls, that type of thing. So as long as they're following the crosswalks, generally, you're not going to be requiring a permit.
Would the same apply then for interpretive walks through Missions Trail, Nature Preserve?
And Ashley, maybe you can speak as to what the mayor is discussing. Give me some more idea there. But
so the Mission Trail is a natural habitat, and it's a great educational vehicle for people who might want to take a guided tour through there and learn more about the habitat, more about the flora and fauna. And I'm wondering if that's an event. I mean, I would hope not, frankly.
That, in my opinion, Mr. Mayor, that would not be an event. We do currently have in our municipal code permissible walking tours throughout town. We don't have anything addressed for Mission Trail Nature Preserve in terms of educational opportunities, such as a small group. I did have a request for this at some point during the pandemic, and it never happened, but it was a small class of a teacher and 7 kids who wanted to do exactly what you're speaking about, walk through the Mission Trail Nature Preserve and use it as an educational activity. And I would not classify that as a special event. That's something that should be happening, and it's nice to know about, but that's not a special event.
That's good, because I mean, the ordinance is very specific to the Mission Trail and no functions in there. I want to make sure that was good. Okay.
I'm thinking of requests like we get for, somebody wanting to hold their wedding in the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, or some sort of large scale party or wine event. Not that I'm down on wine events, but just something, because the Mission Trail Nature Preserve is beautiful and it's got great views. So educational, yes, class visits and teaching people about flora and fauna to be respectful of the nature preserve. That's great. And small types of activities like that. But it's the large scale things that we're worried about when we think about all the work that's gone into preserving the preserve.
Excellent. Other question?
If it could be helpful I would agree with Ashley, by the way, that certainly walking in the Mission Trail is not going to be a special event. If you look to the second page of the ordinance, under the definitions section, the term special event is defined there, and there are basically 3 definitions. I'm not going to read through all of them, but just briefly, number 1, it talks about an organized formation, parade, procession, demonstration, etc. 2 would be an organized assembly of 75 or more people at a public place, which is gathering for a common purpose. And 3, and then there are some exceptions there for smaller venues. And then 3 would be organized activities conducted by a person for a common or collective use purpose, which requires the use of the street closures, erecting barriers, etc. So that gives you your definition of special events, and the examples that were given by Council Member Perlito as well as yourself, in my opinion, would certainly not qualify as special events.
All righty, are there other questions by council members? I don't see any. I'll then open it up to the public for comment. Then a member of the public that wishes to comment on this 3-minute limitation on that testimony, please state your name for the record. I'd appreciate it.
Richard Kreitman.
Okay.
There you are. There you go.
There I am.
Now you're back there.
Okay. Thank you for doing this. I think this is a good addition. One question. We've been speaking about Car Week, only 2 days. I saw nothing in any of the documents that address that. Maybe I missed it. But looking through the draft ordinance, et cetera, did I miss it, or it says nothing about Car Week 2 days, Tuesday, Thursday? That's my first question. Second, one thing I would recommend as part of the permitting process is that when a nonprofit or an organization requests a permit for a special event, that we do some background check on the organization. At the very least, it's about a 5-minute lookup with the state that they are a registered nonprofit, they're up to date with their filings, and goes to establishing that they're legitimate. And then the third thing, applies to amplified sound, outdoor music, or speakers. That's a very sore point on many of us residents and business owners. And I'm not sure, maybe we should be addressing the city code on sound that refers to sound and amplified sound, and make sure that maybe the language from there should be in the special events language, or at least instructions to, should take this off, instructions to permit applicants and those who are putting on the events. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Britt, what do you think?
Don't see anyone else.
All right, well, why don't I close the public comment period, bring it back. Staff, would you like to respond to Richard's questions, comments, and then also any other comments or questions by council members? Oh, wait a minute.
So Ashley, did you want us to address Richard's questions?
Yes, please, Brian.
Okay. All right, Sergio, I'm going to throw it to you. I'm pretty sure that there's nothing in the policy that specifically identifies Car Week.
No, and there's not. In light of the fact that city streets, sidewalks, public parks are a traditional public forum where basically protections for First Amendment activity are at their zenith, and restrictions on access to that forum have to generally be content neutral and also viewpoint neutral, and have to be in furtherance of a substantial government interest. If you're going to be allowing for events that that shut down the public streets, and you're going to be having a permit process for that, typically we would recommend that you have that be on a basis where everybody has an equal right to access that forum. So in theory, you could limit the number of times you're willing to shut down a particular street, but then you couldn't regulate exactly who has access to that. So you would want to have a first come, first serve type of permit process. I think we had discussed with staff as to whether or not the code should have some sort of limitation on, the number of events that the city was willing to entertain, and decided that not to move forward with that sort of restriction at this time, but certainly it's something the council can consider.
Ready, thank you.
And I think,
go ahead.
I was going to say the second question was about nonprofits and some background check on the nonprofits. Sergio, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, certainly that's something that staff can do in terms of diligence. It's very easy to check whether or not a nonprofit is registered with the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office. But, you know, in light of the fact that likely the city can't limit, you know, permits to nonprofits and only nonprofits, I'm not sure exactly how relevant that would particularly be.
Exactly.
And the third question related to the amplified sound. You have input on that one, Sergio?
The city can enact a reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. Restrictions on the amount of noise permitted is certainly one of those that the city can enact. You know, I would recommend that the city, if to the extent you're going to have sound limits or limits on amplified sound, I would recommend that you apply them across the board to all permittees.
Understood. I think that was it, wasn't it, Brian?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. All right, back to council. Council members, your preference here? Jeff?
I have a question for Sergio, I guess, related to the nonprofits. I believe in Carmel, we traditionally charge nonprofits lower fees for particular aspects of events. So sort of it's sort of difficult to explain. Mm-hmm. But is that a permissible practice? So if someone came and showed us if Ashley's team did some research and this is a legitimate 501c3 organization, are we allowed to issue them the permit and waive some of the fees?
Absolutely, especially given that they're a nonprofit. You know, the city is entitled to decide that certain nonprofits or certain events are worthy, and provide a benefit to the public and should be subsidized as, a benefit to the public. So that's certainly fine. It would be more concerning if you had a similar policy that was subsidizing, commercial events or similar, but also that is likely to pass constitutional muster if that's something you do as well.
Well, my only comment, Dave, is that I spoke to Ashley about this, and I would like to see in the ordinance, we talked, Ashley and I spoke about putting things in the ordinance versus the policy and sort of how that responsibility is sort of divvied up. And I, speaking only for myself, I'm generally okay with the materials that we have before us. However, I would like to see, and thank you, Ashley, for the work that you've done, and also for the volleyball explanation. I appreciate that. One thing I would like to see called out in the ordinance that's not called out in the ordinance right now is an accessibility requirement. So I'm sure we can have that. I'm sure that we can require, as part of the back office permitting process, that event organizers have to demonstrate that their events are accessible to both to people that are attending the event and to the general public that might not be attending the event. But I think that, to me, that's an important enough requirement that I would like to see that worked into 124850 in the other requirements, where it says protect the safety of persons and property, control vehicular traffic. I would like the ordinance to say and ensure that the event is accessible to both attendees and non-attendees. So that's something I would like to see. And that's my only comment.
Okay, good recommendation. Anybody else? So I have a sort of a hypothetical, but that actually had an occurrence associated with it. Recently, there was a group that was going to put they wanted to take a parking space on in front of Carmel-Bell, I think it was, last weekend, to go ahead and promote a auction item that they were going to auction off for the Rancho Cielo group. It was a Jeep. And they were told that they would have to pay the rental space for the parking spot, even though they were a nonprofit. Whether they didn't know how to make their case or not, I don't know. But it kind of boiled down to this astronomical amount to go ahead and lease the space for the day or for a few hours versus just simply parking illegally and taking a parking ticket, which kind of seemed nonsensical to me. Where does this fall in the review process, Ashley?
Mr. Mayor, the parking stalls are another thing that I would like to tackle and do some cleanup on. We're not quite there yet. So we have, and a little background on the history of this is during Car Week and in around the holiday time. So we have rented out parking stalls to usually it's business owners requesting them to do valet parking, at Christmas time for people who are doing shopping. It has kind of blown up as a car week thing where business owners are renting parking stalls, not for valet purposes, but to park a fancy car in to draw people into their restaurant or business, which is fine. I don't think necessarily that the fees match the work that goes in there. I also have I would like to see the council discuss the practice of renting parking stalls at all for this. Now, I understand, again, that we want to be supportive of our business community, but when parking is such a premium in our city, who are we renting parking stalls and why? And I think this is a bigger issue than what's in here, and I don't consider it a special event. This is a completely different type of thing that it often happens in conjunction with special events, and I think that it warrants a different discussion that's more in depth.
I appreciate that. It did seem a lot nonsensical, though, where they would have been better off to just take the parking ticket and say the hell with the fee.
Yeah, I haven't been happy with the way we've been doing parking stalls, and I have spoken with Chief about it, and so it is something I've had on my list to bring before you for discussion.
All right, Bobby. Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, this might be a question actually for Councilmember Barron. When you said that it allows access to attendees and non-attendees, does that mean, so like the plein air art, they have an event that's a charged event at the end of the show, would they not be able to do that? Or the winemakers, I don't know what they do.
No, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I was simply talking about access in the form of handicapped access to make sure that people that were attending the event that are handicapped are able to attend the event, and that the event doesn't interfere, say, just to pull out an example, with the handicapped access to use the art event, it doesn't interfere with the ability of someone in a wheelchair to traverse the sidewalk behind the event. So I'm not talking about, it wasn't relevant to restricting access to the event or not. I was speaking about handicapped accessibility.
Thanks for clarifying.
All right, great. Anybody else? Carrie?
I think that I appreciate the analysis and the infusion of the law into our special event policy and making an ordinance. Ashley, I think you've made it very clear. So I appreciate that. And so I understand Jeff's mention of ADA accessibility. And so if we want to add something to that, I'm willing to make a motion to accept the first reading.
All righty. Does that get a second for discussion?
Specifically, Mayor, we'll first need to do a request for a reading of the title before we do the motion.
So I'll make a request reading of the title, please.
All right. So this is ordinance 2021-002, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea to enact Chapter 12.48 Special Events Ordinance of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code. And so the next motion would be, as indicated in the agenda report, a motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance with the modification that was requested by Councilmember Barron.
I will make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have additional discussion?
Would you like me to read my suggested modification, Dave?
I was about to request that, Jeff. I was going to have Brian do it, but since you were the suggester, why don't you make it, Jeff?
In section 12.48.50, where it says unlawful or impermissible uses, comma, I would add another phrase which would say ensure accessibility for event attendees and the general public. If we think that that's clear enough.
The maker of the motion is clear on that.
Yes.
All right.
Actually, I'm looking at Brian's forehead, but I wanted to make sure that it was clear enough. Like, I want to make sure that the verbiage it passes legal muster.
Well, that's because I was writing what you were saying. I'll be glad to look you in the eye. I would say that the language that you proposed is fine. It's understandable. And general public would include individuals that may have a handicap and those that don't. So next time we'll check in with you first and get some of the language. So we appreciate that. And we can certainly put that in. I don't view that as a substantive change. And I do believe that you can do a first reading tonight.
All right, Bobby.
My question was just that it does, it's still a little unclear, right? Because it doesn't have the word ADA, or does it have it in there?
I think the use of the word general public would be sufficient to cover everyone.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? I don't see any. Britt, could you call a roll, please? Karen, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay, Britt, would you call a roll, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Ferlito,
Yes.
Tice,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
All right, it passes with 5 yes votes.
All right.
So the third item relates to adopting a resolution to rescind the policy. My recommendation on that is that you do not take that action tonight. Instead, defer that until 30 days after your second reading.
Do you want a motion to that effect?
You don't need it. You just leave it. By taking no
Comment
action.
on that?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to just mention, just sort of for the record, Ashley, that I hope that we're expecting that the new policy will reflect the car week changes that you had sort of hinted at in the staff report. Is that right? No.
Ashley, that was directed towards you.
I guess my question is, when we rescind the policy, are we going to, at the same time, enact the policy that references the policy that we do not have before us, which references the sort of 2 event car week limitation that was sort of hinted at in the staff report and has been bandied about before?
So I will defer to Brian and Sergio to talk about how we limit number of events within a time frame, because just simply stating we're only having 2 events and too bad for everybody else doesn't work the way that the municipal code is structured, the way that we're doing things now, being in compliance with the First Amendment. So I'll let Brian and Sergio speak about that.
Sergio, you want to take that one?
Yeah, it could potentially be problematic to limit, if you're willing to have special events at all of the size that, require shutting down the city's public streets and dedicating public resources, then saying to, I think in theory you could say during a particular week or during a particular month, we shall limit it to a certain number, but then you need to make sure that your process is, even-handed and allows anybody who wants those time slots that the city has created to apply. So, you might be able to limit it to 2 weeks, or 2 events, during your traditional car week. But, you would need to make sure that anybody who wanted to apply to those 2 time slots could apply, if that makes sense.
To follow up on that, so we sort of have these 2 large scale traditional events. Can we, as part of that policy, could we give preference to events that were here last year? So that the 2 events that are there have sort of more preference than, the new guy on the block or something like, does that make sense?
I am hesitant to say you absolutely can't do something like that, but on the other hand, any sort of framework that the city adopts really does need to be neutral and provide an equal opportunity for accessing, what is a traditional public forum to anybody who wants to apply. At the end of the day, that would be what we would recommend.
Jeff, does that answer the question? I'd agree. It does seem difficult to develop a criteria to justify one event over another.
Well, it answers the question. I'm not sure it was the answer I was really looking for, or that the council was really looking for, but it answers the car week question. And then I would sort of toss the question back to, back to Chip and Ashley again, and maybe our two attorneys, will this new policy be ready when we're ready to rescind the policy that we have in place now, which would presumably be during the month of June? Like, is that too tight a time frame? And if that's too tight a time frame, do we have scheduling issues with the way we're enacting this current law?
I see that Councilmember Tice has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Carrie.
So it's my understanding that we're rescinding the we will eventually rescind the special events policy, and that is now integrated into our ordinance. So we're not going to have a special events policy, right, Ashley?
That was my intention, but we of course can have a special events policy. It will be significantly scaled back from what it was, because we have this piece in there that is the special event grant policy that needs to come out because it's no longer a practice we're undertaking. It does speak to the process that we undertake, and that's in event details that we're undertaking already with the special event permit process. And then there is a section that I'm proposing to take out, which deals with how we are managing our facilities. And this I had intended to do before because of conversations we've been having about the Scout House, in particular, how it's going to be used. So, what fees are we charging? What are we requiring of groups who want to rent that and Vista Lobos and our other groups? I think that facility rentals and facilities should be separate from special events. Sometimes people are doing something special in our facilities, like a baby shower or a small wedding or something like that. But sometimes they're just having a regular meeting. And so it's not really, our facility rentals shouldn't be tied in with special events specifically. And that was a holdover from the policy that predated policy C-1601.
And
so
separately.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Sergio.
Oh, yeah, I would say I substantially agree with staff on this point that, our ordinance needs to be very mindful of First Amendment protections in traditional public fora like streets and sidewalks and city parks. But when the city has facilities that it would like to rent or make available to the public for rental, such as, City Hall or libraries or community centers, those types of things, certainly it is appropriate to set, reasonable expectations and fee requirements and insurance and those types of requirements in a city policy as opposed to city ordinance.
All righty, Chip, Bobby, sorry.
Yeah, I spoke a little bit with Ashley today about this. I think Ashley was busy on the phone today. What I was wondering was if there could be a multi-year contract, or I know that the event organizer has to come back every year. If they close the street down, they have to come back and have a kind of a post meeting about the event, if there was any tweaks that need to happen. But could we issue a sort of, as to Councilman Barron's point, could we issue a multi-year contract for some of these event organizers so that they know that they have it, as long as they follow the rules and do what they're told and do what they're asked of, that it's just a given that they have that, instead of every year putting it almost up for bid, whoever's the first one there.
Karen, I don't think that's a question posed to you yet. I think that was a question to Ashley or Brian or Sergio. And Karen, I'll go to you.
Yeah, if we could have what I'm looking for is a multi-year contract coming back after the event. And if everything went fine, or if there's a minor tweak here and there that needs to be done, then they get their permit for the following year.
Sergio, you want to weigh in on that one?
I think realistically you can have a permit process that sort of, prioritizes, like a specific date to an applicant that, has, a permit history or issue permits for repeat events, on a year-to-year basis. I think that that's probably fine. I think what we can't have is a permit scheme that does that to the detriment and shuts out all other applicants, if that makes sense. So, as long as there's plenty of other opportunity for people to have their special events in the city, then I think you can have a permit scheme that allows a particular permittee, the certainty that they will have access on a particular date.
Right, well, this would go back to my, broken record Pasadena Rose Bowl parade, right? They don't have a different event organizer every year. At least I don't know that, but I would doubt that they do.
All right, well, that's kind of an open-ended question. Karen?
Yes, I think this brings up something that's very important for events, for example, like the Big Sur Marathon, who has a multi-year permit for putting on their event. And it's absolutely crucial because they have people signing up a year in advance. And if they were in danger of losing a permit, that could be an absolute disaster. Same with the Run for Love and other events that happen every year and have people who sign up way in advance. So I think the idea of multi-year permits for some events would be very critical. I know the city of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho had the Ironman for years. I mean, I think they started with a 5-year event permit and then went to 10 years. And then eventually they, changed it to a half Ironman. But some of those type of events, which really do require a whole year of planning, could not be, very attracted to our area because of the uncertainty if it was an every year permit again. So just keep that in mind for future events.
I am realizing one thing I forgot to mention in my answer was that there is no particular prohibition on applying on events in advance. So somebody, if they wanted to, could apply for a permit for an event they wanted to host in 2 or 3 years under the proposed ordinance. So, even if we don't have anything that specifically governs multi-year events. If you have an event on a recurring basis, you can certainly apply, years in advance if you would like to under this proposed ordinance.
Well, this is all discussion since we're not going to go ahead and rescind tonight. So, Brian, I'm under the impression we don't need a motion for this. Simply, we will not take no action. Otherwise, did you want to? I don't think it's ready for a date-specific return, do you?
It's not. You don't need to take any action in connection with item 3 on the policy.
Good.
And we will bring that back to you at a future date after the ordinance becomes effective for your consideration.
All right. Then the work on item number 7 has been complete. We can move on then to item 8, which is a much continued discussion about our PERS unfunded liability and possible options or directions to staff. I believe that Chip, did you want to kind of tee this up, and then we'll go on to Sharon, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a continuance of the discussion about our pension liability, our unfunded pension liability. And I think we had a good discussion last month. We did a pretty quick turn. I want to thank Mike and Craig, who are our partners with NHA. Sharon sent out the PowerPoint presentation on Friday afternoon for your weekend reading enjoyment. We do have one addition. The guys added a slide on Corte Madera, which has some of the same types of economic considerations that we do that hopefully you'll find helpful in your deliberation. But I mean, the point of the item is continuing to try to move toward the gore of the spear so we can address this this liability. And so I would just kick it over. I don't know, Sharon, do you have any introductory comments, or should we go right to Mike and Craig?
Thank you, City Administrator and Mayor. I think for the interest of time, we can just move right to NHA, and I'm available to answer questions.
Excellent. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks, Sharon, and good evening, Mayor Potter, honorable council members. Mike Meyer with NHA. Nice to see you again virtually. Craig Hill is also on the line. I'm going to bring up the presentation. Is everybody seeing the presentation?
Yep.
Okay, great. As Chip mentioned, we did have a very robust discussion last month update on the unfunded liability for the city, which is about 25 million right now. Talked a lot of, got into detail about some of the more common cost management strategies, being really mainly three things: additional pay downs directly to CalPERS, Section 115 trust, as well as a restructuring of the unfunded liability. In good news, if you're following the stock market, CalPERS is having a pretty good year right now. And so last I heard, they're above 15% or about 15% positive returns. So that will knock that UAL down by probably $4 to $5 million if they do end the year with, you know, somewhere between 15 and 18% returns. As you recall, we talked a little bit about the potentially a new pension funding policy to kind of lay the groundwork for future funding of this liability, whether that's in a 115 trust or it's in payments to CalPERS or a combination of both. And so really this is a fairly quick update, but what we wanted to do is provide some data and information that we hope you find helpful, because a lot of the questions last meeting centered around what some other cities are doing, as well as some of the fees, as well as performance data for some of the Section 115 trust providers. So the first item, and we summarized it on slide 3 here, we reached out to about 15 to 20 clients, most of them smaller to medium-sized cities. So we didn't talk to, you know, the clients with $500 million unfunded liabilities, but most of these are in the realm of Carmel. A few didn't respond, but what we asked them was what types of cost management strategies they're employing. And those are shown in the first 5 columns, starting from the left. So the UAL restructuring, Section 115 trust, the additional discretionary payment to PERS, a fresh start with CalPERS, and then we added a 5th one because one of our clients, the city of San Carlos, actually has a fund that they hold internally. So it's not with anyone, a separate Section 115 where they save money for pension and OPEB. And then the rightmost columns are more policy-based. So we note which of these agencies has a pension funding policy in place. And then we also found that what's becoming more popular is really modeling out a lot of what if scenarios. So whether that's done internally or through some sort of software like a GovInvest or through CalPERS, they have a free online tool now, which is very helpful. But really looking at things like what would happen to the city's cost if there's future discount rate reductions or if there's a future recession, let's say. So those are shown in the rightmost column. And I think happy to, Craig and I are happy to answer questions for any of these. I think that the big takeaway is that the vast majority are doing something to address pension costs. On the more popular strategies, it's really the Section 115 and the additional payments that we've been talking about. None of these agencies have done a fresh start, which is not surprising. I only know of a handful of cities that have done that. And again, San Carlos is the only one that has a fund that they hold internally. They typically let that reserve build up until they have a decent amount. And then we've worked with them in the past to figure out kind of which layers of the UAL to pay off with CalPERS. So they actually will then send that money to CalPERS to do an additional discretionary payment. I don't know, Chip mentioned Corte Madera. We did not provide a slide, but that is probably a good comparable. We're actually making a presentation to their council this evening as well. They are a AA+ rated community, have a very similar sized unfunded liability. Cities fairly reliant on sales tax. A lot of people come to shop there. So they are, I think, over 60% of their revenues are sales tax. They are adopting a funding policy tonight They also have a 115 trust for pension and OPEB. So they have a bit more in reserves than Carmel. I think overall about 15 million. And then about 5 or 6 on top of that is in a 115 trust for pension and OPEB. They're also doing a restructuring of the UAL. So, you know, I don't know, it might be best just to open it up for questions here. Or Craig or Chip, if you want to add anything.
Did either of you gentlemen want to add anything?
I just, Mr. Mayor, one more time, again, the objective of this discussion and the half dozen or so discussions we've had over the last couple of years on this topic is to try to get a decision from council. The items that Mike described are obviously not mutually exclusive. You can see that some jurisdictions have use a variety of smattering of ways to address their own pension liability. So again, one of the things that we have done that you have seen as recently as March 16th is amending our financial forecast and actually programming $1 million per year for the next 5 years for our pension liability. And we did not designate to which of our obligations that would be dedicated. There are basically 3. There are traditional annual pension payments to CalPERS. There is our UAL payment, which we've discussed quite a bit. That's about the 24 million, 25 million that Mike described. And then the third is our pension obligation bond. I think we've got two or three more payments on that before we extinguish that debt. So again, we put $1 million in there for your consideration. You can divide the money up into any of the tools that Mike has described. But our hope is, again, that you will give us some direction and that we can come back at future meetings and actually program those funds and appropriate them as we delve into the budget approval process in the next 60 days, Mr. Mayor.
So Chip, if I might then, so there's 13 cities profiled here. Of those, 3 of them actually have formal pension funding policies. Have you had a chance to look at those 4 cities that have not in process or in the future, but actually have adopted policies and see if they're at all applicable or adaptable to Carmel or acceptable or appetizing for Carmel?
You know, that was a question that Councilmember Ferlito had of me this morning. And then again, we had Mike and Craig and Sharon and I had a discussion about an hour, 30 minutes later. This was a survey tool that the gentleman that NHA sent out to the cities that you see, plus cities that did not respond. The question was, did we specifically talk to the city managers or their finance directors about their feeling about how the decisions that they made? We did not have those specific discussions, Mr. Mayor, I think, to answer your question, but the door was certainly open that we feel that if Napa, for example, had a Section 115 trust with PARS, for example, in the table, and they had a really bad experience, that it would have engendered a phone call to either, again, one of the principals of NHA, Sharon, or myself, to say, this was the wrong decision for us. So we did not solicit, nor did we receive any ancillary comments on the survey tool.
Well, keeping it to questions only, I'll hold my opinion on that. Is there anybody else on council who has questions of Chip or either of the consultants or Sharon at this time? I don't see anybody. Take it out to the public then at this time for comments. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item?
So at this time, if you are attending the meeting by telephone, you would unmute by hitting *6. *9 will raise your hand. If you are attending via computer, your controls are at the bottom of your screen, and you would raise your hand under the reactions tab.
It's like somebody from the phone is trying to respond.
Hi, Brett. This is Dale Byrne.
Hi, Dale, go ahead.
Hi, Dave. I'm still really concerned about this. I spoke last time. I was rather surprised that the Pinecone didn't even have an article about anything to do with this. I wrote a letter to the editor. They didn't print it. And it sort of baffles me that something that could be 10 to 15% of our budget forever or more, especially when the budget gets cut like it did last year, isn't getting more attention. So have you guys talked at all about having some kind of a citizen-based commission, discussion group, having a Zoom call where people from the public, it can take more than 3 minutes to try to discuss this with you guys and the attorney perhaps? That's my comment. I think it says it's 20 million, but you know, Dave, that we looked into this with Barbara Livingston and David Quinter a couple years ago. And the numbers look scarier than that to me somehow. And I really think we should put more attention into this because it could just eat us alive over time. Thanks.
Thank you, Dale. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? But I'm not hearing anybody.
I don't see any hands raised.
All righty, that noted, then I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the council for direction. So yeah, I think it was Karen who brought up the fact last time that Sausalito was a good comparable. And it does seem like since they have an adopted policy, wouldn't be any harm in drilling down there and opening the door under conversations. I've always said plagiarism is okay in government. It's just not good in school or authoring public pieces. So I think if we could steal a good idea from somebody and they get their personal experience from it. Somebody else, I think might have been Karen again, I mentioned Morgan Hill. They do not seem to have an adopted policy. But anybody who's adopted a policy, they're interested to know what their experience has been, how long it's been in place, how successful it's been, and what it's actually doing progressively to ratchet down their commitment or their unfunded liability. That'd be really helpful information. Anybody else got a comment?
I do, Mayor.
Very great. Thank you.
So I think, I like Dale's suggestion in terms of moving forward, but I really feel that we have enough information at this time that at least we could make a decision on the Section 115 trust. I mean, admittedly, I had been reticent about such a commitment to the trust. But once I found out that payments can be made to the unfunded liability, to our yearly obligations for PERS can be made out of the 115 trust, that allowed me to have a sigh of relief. I mean, obviously, as everybody has been told, our debt to PERS is huge. So I don't think having something dedicated to our payments is a bad idea. I think it's a great idea. Secondly, addressing the issue of tying future council hands. Developing a Section 115 trust is a tool, and future councils can then decide whether they want to put any money in the tool. So we're just giving more options for future councils to rely on. So I'm really hoping tonight that we can at least make a decision about the 115 trust for the staff to go ahead and make the commitment to develop this trust. Then we can decide during the budget process how much money we want to fund it with. I think that's a later discussion. And then even though if we have a public meeting, as Dale suggested, that once again is a tool that we can discuss with the public. So that's my feelings right now.
I'd go north-south on that. Yeah, I agree. Anybody else want to opine? Council members?
Well,
Jeff, where are you?
Mayor, Bobby, yeah. I absolutely agree. I've been, desperate to have this 115 trust for 3 years or maybe even 4. And so I'm really hoping that we can decide tonight to get that started. And, if we wanted to fund it tonight, I'd be willing to fund it tonight, or I can wait till later. But I really hope that we can give direction to at least start that and get that going.
All right, we've got 2 and a third with me. So where are the rest of you guys? Karen?
Yes, I'm very interested in the 115 trust as well. I just don't quite understand how you make the choice between PARS and Keenan and so on. And I guess, like you had mentioned, I was interested in some question of the people that have chosen the different ones, how they feel it's performing and how they're using it. Anecdotal discussion of the actual use of the tool. But yes, I think it's a great idea for us to.
Well, I think with that comment, Karen, I don't think there's anything that precludes us from going out and finding out what's working, what Sausalito liked about theirs. I think that'd be additional information, but at least take a positive step forward, and that would be a good idea. Yep. And there's nothing wrong with going out and get additional supplemental information. Yep. Jeff, where are you?
I am, I'm okay with the 115 trust. I've spoken before about my sort of risk aversion as I look at the chart that Mike and Craig provided on page 7 of the on that one. As I look at the chart, I would, of course, prefer Keenan because their fees are lower, and it seems like their returns are a little bit higher. My concern is still investing the public's money in the stock market, and I think we have a vehicle. My preference here would be we have a vehicle to do that, and that is to hand over our money to CalPERS, which is basically that. They are. I still believe. Carrie and I disagree on this. I still believe that CalPERS is they're the experts at managing money for a retirement system, for a retirement plan. And if we are going to, put this money aside to invest in the liabilities for our retirees, I still believe that they are the best people to do that. But absent that, I'd probably be okay with one of the conservative or moderately conservative portfolios. But I don't want to be, I don't want to be facing the voters in a couple of years and find out that and have them discover that we put $2 million into a trust and now there's only $1.5 million there because a more aggressive portfolio, the stock market went down 40% and our more aggressive portfolio went down 25%. So that's not a position that I think is really appropriate. But I'm okay with the 115 trust. I would add as part of that, and it would be great, of course, if we did send some of that $1 million that Chip was talking about to CalPERS, if we could sort of compromise in the middle there. But I'll leave that to the will of the council. But I do think I really like Karen's suggestion, Karen and Dave's suggestion about going out and seeing what's in these other funding policies. Chip and I have talked a lot about that. I think our small town lack of policies sort of gets us in trouble every year when we do the budget. We all kind of grasp at straws about, do we allocate money to the pension, or do we allocate money to the scenic pathway, or do we allocate money to the fire department, or buying a new fire truck, or as Steve Dallas asked, a new street sweeper. I think that a couple more policies related to these sort of big ticket items that we have, and this is a huge ticket item, I think that would be great. And so I think that having a policy that would guide us in sort of making this decision sort of year after year, rather than just this year, I think that would be a great addition to, the tools that Chip uses to create a budget every year. So I would hope that the council would support this sort of the development of that policy through, starting with, I think Karen and Dave, I think you mentioned Sausalito, and maybe there's another one or two. They're just completely different and we could have a look at. But, I'm encouraged by the progress. And so thank you.
Great. So there is no formal action proposed tonight. So Chip, do you feel you have direction here? Hello?
Yeah, this is great direction, Mr. Mayor. And so let me just tell you what we're going to do. We're going to come back with a preferred alternative to develop the section 115 trust for us. We'll bring it back with our Mike and Craig, our partners. I will personally have a conversation with the city managers of Sausalito, and Morgan Hill. I commit to you to that, and we'll also bring back a policy that talks about the way I envision the policy is, again, maybe at the end of the fiscal year we have a policy where we're going to put X percent or the entire ending year balance into and maybe it's a 50-50 split. Maybe we take the million for next year and we put half in a Section 115 trust and we pay down half. And then we've got a policy on an annual basis. We do the same with the $1 million that we're currently budgeting, as well as any kind of ending year balance, positive, ideally, obviously, that we may have. And so we'll bring that policy back to you as well. And I'd be happy to the public forum. I'm a huge advocate of the public process. We had literally a brain trust, not quite a decade ago, with Dr. Sharp, a Nobel Prize laureate in economics from Stanford, who helped us. Sally Reed, who used to work for you, Mayor Potter, the county CAO, and numerous other real big-brained people who produced a white paper. The only recommendation that we did take was to set up the pension obligation bond, which again, NHA helped us with a decade ago, about 8 years ago, for what was then an existing unfunded pension liability, a side fund, as it was called at that point in time. And again, we're happy to, but I don't know what other options are out there. I mean, we've talked about getting out of PERS, which is a $80 million challenge, which we don't have, obviously. It engenders a whole litany of future challenges about recruiting employees. So again, I'm happy to sit down with Mr. Quinnert again. We had some healthy meetings with Mr. Quinnert and Mr. Byrne and other folks who have been tracking this issue for a long time. But again, I'm not sure, as Councilmember Tice says, what new information is out there that's going to help us move this ball forward, because the liability isn't getting smaller by our lack of trying to do something to solve it.
All right, with that noted, well, perhaps later in this evening, you might get some hypothetical or some possible commitments of dollars that we might be interested in hypothetically moving forward in the final approval of the budget to dedicate to the PERS problem. So let's stay tuned on that. Okay, so I think we've got a direction on this. I'm thinking maybe we could get through one more item, and then we might want to take a bio break. How are you guys feeling about that? So the next item then is a Resolution 2021-016 authorizing purchase of essential public safety projects, including the emergency fire pump replacement at the Sunset Center, renovation of the police dispatch room, replacement of 2 police vehicles, a water filtration system at the Public Works Yard, a greenhouse gas emissions forecast study, and reopening city facilities per CDC COVID-19 guidelines. Chip, do you want to kick this off?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is a heady agenda. I mean, it is. It's very finance oriented. It's, I wouldn't say it's a fun agenda, but these are real necessary topics of discussion that we need to be making. We did a great job, quite frankly, in planning for the pandemic, and we are going to come out, I think, okay. And that's a good thing, because everybody around the state and country didn't do the same, and they're in for some harder decisions. The kinds of decisions that you had the foresight of making last year at this time, they'll be forced to make this year, and they're going to be a little bit more draconian. So based on your discussion from March, we're bringing back a little bit of a more robust list of capital projects for you to fund this fiscal year. So again, these are things that if you approve them tonight, we'll get working on them immediately. We tend to think that they are public health, public safety, essential maintenance oriented, public safety oriented, based on our projection of having about, over a little bit over a $2 million surplus to end this fiscal year. We think that we have some funding to begin these projects. Several of them were on next fiscal year's draft CIP, and we moved them up because, again, we think we'll be okay from the revenue standpoint. It's just a projection at this point in time, but we think we can do these projects. And then again, one of the next items you'll talk about is next fiscal year. So this is a decision point for you today. There's a policy resolution. You've heard about these projects. I want to compliment Mr. Herrera. He did a good job at a good, clear agenda report. Hopefully, if there are no questions, we can breeze through the PowerPoint presentation, because again, I think you've heard of everything here. We've talked about some of them on several occasions, but if there's no other no questions for me, Mr. Mayor, we can turn to Bob and maybe do a quick turn before the bio break and get a decision from you.
Bob, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Chip. Thank you, Mayor and the City Council members. I want to share my screen.
Jeez.
I hope everyone can see that.
Yep.
Okay. So just like to do a quick overview of the 6 projects that was already in the title of the report. I want to spend just a little bit more time though on the Sunset Center fire pump, because it is a big ticket item. This is located in a pump house near the south parking lot. We don't know exactly what happened, but we believe that there was a power surge which caused the pump to operate over a weekend. And with the water having no place to go, it burned out the pump. We did find out that maintenance has been inconsistent and may be a contributing factor. There's some finger pointing going on there. Based on a successful bypass testing, bypassing the pump altogether, the fire marshal ruled that we don't have to have an hourly fire watch, but the building needs to remain vacant until the pump is replaced. We spoke to the original manufacturer, the Brown Company, as well as a local expert at fire protection, and they both agreed that this pump had to be replaced, even though it's only 20 years old and it should have lasted longer. It could not be rebuilt, it could not be repaired. And again, it's not just the pump, there's an engine and drivers and controllers, all kinds of different parts of this assembly. We also quickly looked at other manufacturers but they have different systems. But to try to put that into the configuration of the system we have now at Sunset Center, we require a full redesign, new permits, modifications to the pump house perhaps, and maybe even a modification to the fire sprinklers inside the scenic. So we think we took the best route of going back with the original manufacturer. The Municipal Code Section 3-12-140 allows us to bypass normal bidding procedures for an emergency. So like I said, we did go sole source with Brown Company. The cost with the pump equipment tax, expedited delivery, which we probably won't use because they haven't been expedited yet. And contingency is $52,900. Another section in our municipal code 3.12.510 are letting public works contracts without advertising. We did go through a process where we did get 3 quotes for installation. The low price was $112,000 from Costco. That price included the cost of the material also. So in fact, the grand total of Brown Company plus Costco is $105,000. That's actually $7,000 less than it would have been if we just issued the whole contract to Costco directly. And Costco also has to, there's some permit work. They have to remove the pump and the system as well as install the new pump and then test everything. And it's a pretty detailed procedure. We do anticipate completion of the project by the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. We have 2 police projects. The first is the police dispatch building renovation with an estimated cost of $50,000. As you know, this is a 24/7 operation. There are some safety and ergonomic concerns in the existing dispatch room. The design of the entire police building renovation project included this room. However, if we do this project alone, we'll need separate building permits. The police chief already has $40,000 worth of dispatch furniture from a 2018 state 911 grant. So the furniture is ready to go. And we may have to carry over funding if we can't get this all completed by June 30th. Next is we have 2 older police vehicles. C8 is a 2012 Expedition, C5 is the 2014 Charger. They're no longer reliable. Now, they both have specialized equipment. We're going to salvage everything we possibly can and put it in the new vehicles, but obviously some things we will not be able to reinstall. The total cost of these 2 vehicles with all the specialized equipment is about $119,000. We're proposing to do a 5-year lease to own. The first year we estimate at $25,641, but until the ink has dried, we're recommending that we budget $30,000 for this first of 5 years. And then hopefully future years will be more in the range of $25,000 once we have an exact contract issued. And we hope to acquire both these vehicles by the end of the fiscal year. And finally, we have 2 environmental projects. The first is the greenhouse gas emissions forecast study with an estimated fee of $20,000. The study is needed to complete the climate action plan, the CAP, and have it CEQA certified. We can't do this in-house. We need a consultant who has the technical expertise to do greenhouse gas emissions forecasting, evaluate the impacts of state and federal regulations, and to evaluate various measures that the Climate Committee will recommend. We'll be able to have a CEQA certified greenhouse gas analysis will allow us to do general plan updates, including the housing element, which is due to be done in 2023. And if we don't spend the funds in this fiscal year, we're most likely we'll have to carry over the remaining balance into the next fiscal year. Finally, we have a water filtration, actually not final because there's one more, so 6th project. Number 5, water filtration system at the Public Works Yard. The existing system was from 2003. It was really complicated. We don't know, maybe that was the thing to do back then, but it seemed to be overly complicated. Since then, the backwash is broken. We have absolutely obsolete parts that we can't even get. The sweeper, when we wash the sweeper or even any city vehicles, we must comply with the state stormwater permit. So we did get 3 quotes. These are all proprietary pre-engineered systems. They're all a little bit different, but we recommend going with the low bidder who's always under pressure for $17,000. And we hope to complete this installation by June 30th. And finally, we want to be reopening city facilities per the CDC COVID guidelines. We have a consultant that assessed all the occupied buildings and they prepared a draft report. There's numerous recommendations, including plexiglass and barriers and air filters, et cetera. We don't have final cost. We don't have detailed estimated cost, but we are comfortable asking for $10,000 to be able to at least open up City Hall as soon as possible. Any unspent funds may be carried over, but I think we should try to give you a heads up that we probably need additional funding into next year, but we just don't have all the information yet on costs and schedule. As Chip mentioned, we do have that surplus of $2.6 million, which is an estimate. Funding for these 6 projects, you can see on the right-hand column, the total is $232,497. That represents about 9% of the $2.6 million estimated surplus. So the recommendation is for council to adopt resolution 2021-016. You'd be ratifying an emergency purchase of a fire pump from the Brown Company, ratifying the pump installation contract with Costco Fire Protection, and allocating funding for the police dispatch renovation, 2 police vehicles, the greenhouse gas emission study, the water filtration system at Public Works from Always Under Pressure, and upgrades to reopen city buildings, meaning CDC guidelines, particularly the City Hall. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Bob. Recognizing we've discussed this topic a lot, are there any questions for Bob at this time?
I just have one question there.
Here, Bobby, then Karen.
Just to clarify, Bob, you said it was to lease the police vehicles. We lease them? We don't purchase them?
Yeah. Yes, because of the relatively high cost, we're trying something new. We'll be leasing them, but it does lock us in for a 5-year or a 6-year commitment. And perhaps I'll turn this over to Paul or Sharon, who have more detailed information on the leasing.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Councilmember Richards, it's actually a lease to own. We're just making 5 years worth of payments. We'll own them after 5 years. We're not turning them back in like a conventional lease that we hear about.
So it's like we're buying them on credit? I mean, isn't that a lease to own?
Yeah, it's a 5-year payment plan. It's just like it, except we make the payments yearly instead of monthly. They call it a lease, but it's a lease to own.
Do you know what interest rate we're getting?
It's right around 2%.
Thanks, Paul.
Karen?
Yes, as far as the police vehicles, since we are concerned about greenhouse gases, is there any thought at them being hybrids or electric, or is that not possible? And, I just hate to pay interest on anything if we can avoid it. I see where Bobby was going on interest, and it's about $9,000 plus change for interest.
That's our estimate today, yes.
Yeah, so could you talk about why we wouldn't just purchase them outright? And about whether you have considered a hybrid vehicle. I know my electric car is very fast.
I'll turn it over to Chief Tomasi about if electric vehicles would work in his operation. I'll start there.
Yeah, well, let me jump in. These are the smaller SUVs. They're Dodge Durangos, and it's the smaller platform. The officers obviously wear utility belts or utility vests, so we need a little bit more volume within the cabins. And obviously, unfortunately, we end up stuffing visitors in the back often, maybe too often as well. So we need to make sure that we can fit a human being in the back that may need our assistance. So that's the vehicle. Our streets are such that, again, going with an entirely electric vehicle they don't work out. Paul and I have been talking for years. There are now pursuit-rated electric vehicles. They just don't meet they just don't meet our specifications for what we need in the village. From the standpoint of why we would spread the payment and pay interest over 5 years, it's a simple mathematical cash flow formula, council member. We've got a couple items in a row here on the agenda where we talk about using fund balance, using ending year balance. That is, you have the power of the purse, so you can tell me to do that, and we'll do it. But it always makes my hands a little sweaty when we have to talk about the potential of not having cash flow. And that happened with, last year, all of our insurance dues and payments come due. And even though the summer is our best season for TOT and sales tax, it's also entering the fiscal year without a lot of cash is always a little bit challenging for us. So it's a cash flow issue.
Bobby.
Chip, if you pay something off at first with no interest, it's not a cash flow problem, it's you're going into your savings account. So it's you're dipping into your savings, but it enhances your cash flow monthly.
Yes, sir. You're exactly correct, sir. But if we don't have enough revenue to pay payroll, for example, the following month, then we're in a lot of trouble. So I hear you. And so this becomes a vehicle.
This is more an opinion anyways than a question at the moment. I mean, really. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I had a question. Bob, what is the story with the fact that the pump burned up at Sunset Center, and it was basically an admission that there was some sort of negligence there? What are we going to do to make sure that the largest investment we're making tonight doesn't happen again?
We're going to be sure that it's maintained by a certified person. I think over the years, Sunset Center people maintained it inconsistently. City public works staff maintained it inconsistently. And I think at first, from old records we found, the fire department was asked to maintain it. And we don't know how long that lasted before that was turned over to Sunset Center.
So
yeah, we have some cleanup to do for the next time.
I'll be comfortable if there's a shared protocol in place for maintenance and, management and everything.
Me too. Me too.
All right. Are there any other questions before I open up to the public? Okay, is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item tonight?
Again, if you need to speak and you are on your phone and not attending via telephone or by computer, *6 will unmute you. I don't see anyone with their hands raised.
I don't see any phones coming on, so.
Right.
We'll consider the public comment period open and closed now, and we'll bring it back to council for direction, comments, anything of that like. So given the fact we've actually discussed this topic before, there was some controversy about the greenhouse gas emissions forecast. So I'd suggest that we bifurcate this action into two actions. One would be a resolution as forecast, which, and Brian, I'll look to you eventually for this direction, but 2021-106, excuse me, 016, which would be authorizing the purchases of, and then that would be the emergency pump, the police cars, the replacement of the dispatch room repair, and the reopening facilities for the COVID-19 issues for City Hall, for city facilities. And then we'd go ahead and have another resolution regarding greenhouse gas emissions forecast specifically. Does that work, Brian?
I believe what you could do, could do here is have.
What a background now.
Yeah, is have one resolution, but separate votes. I discussed this with Britt earlier, and drafted up actually a form for the resolution that would do exactly that. So what you could do would be one motion to approve all of the items except for the greenhouse gas emissions, and then a separate motion on the greenhouse gas.
Okay. I just want to get that out there. I'm not trying to cut off any discussion about the action itself. Just want to lay that out so we don't belabor, any topic that we've discussed excessively in the past.
And I could add to that if there, I think the purpose of this would be because there may be some of these that you may get council consensus on, and you accurately record the votes. And then if there are different council members who are going to vote differently on an item, then we'll need to modify the resolution appropriately. So it's kind of depend on what the motion is, and how the votes come out.
Not that I'm a lawyer and I don't want you to practice public policy, but I like my method better. It seemed a lot simpler, but okay, fine. All right, so anyway, let's go ahead. Do we want to have any more discussion around any of these items? Jeff.
I would just say, with respect to buying or leasing the police vehicles, I'm a little bit on the fence. I don't know what to do. I agree with Bobby's and Karen's sentiments that maybe we could just avoid the interest payment. It doesn't seem like a lot of money to me. The $120,000 that we would be shelling out the first year versus years 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Not quite sure what to do. If Chip, do you want to speak to that a little bit more? No.
No, sir. No, it's entirely up to you.
Well, let me ask the question, and let me ask my question in a slightly different fashion.
Okay.
If we last year we had a little bit of an issue in that you couldn't make the CalPERS lump sum payment up front. How much money do you need in the bank, in the reserves, in order to be able to do that? So if we were going to use that as a yardstick.
Yeah, and for everyone else's benefit, Mr. Barron asked me this question yesterday. We end up updates. How much money would I like to have in reserves versus and in fund balance? I'm reluctant to throw out a number about what I need in the first 2 months of the fiscal year. But that's something I can prepare for you, and we can talk about it at the next meeting. But I would venture to guess that if it's the council's druthers to pay for these cars with cash, we can find the cash to pay for the 2 police cars and not pay interest the 5-year period.
So if I could just add on to Jeff's question then, wouldn't that mean that you would actually, if we only went with $30,000 this year, wouldn't you have 120 then to prioritize for other uses that would be available for other more higher impact issues that would be deferred, that we would be basically not taking action on? You have $120,000 to spend on other issues. That's where I am. I'd rather defer I'd rather take the loan basically, or the cost of the loan, and go ahead and pay that and go ahead and be able to use this money for other more essential things. That's my position. Chip, am I wrong?
You're not wrong, but I need to see Bob's last slide. I think, Bob, you just had the first year payment in the TOT for the cars. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Total cost of the equipment, $150,000, could be leased or purchased at $30,000 per year.
Wrong one, hold on.
Carrie, did you want to speak?
Given, I'm with you, Mayor, on doing the lease because of the cash flow issue and freeing up other money, which we're going to be talking about here pretty soon. So I don't, given what we've just been through, I know all about cash flow issues from a city standpoint and a business standpoint. And sometimes it's nice to have a little more flexibility, having the cash in the bank than committing it to a particular item.
Yeah, but Bob only has the $30,000 in for the total of $232,000 includes only $30,000, which are the first year payment for both cars.
Right, that's correct.
So the mayor's assumption on cash flow is correct.
And also, if I may, Mayor, in the next presentation about the CIP over the 5 years, but there are some other purchases that we also will be recommending lease to own. So it's not just limited to these 2 cars.
Right, I realize that. So Jeff, if that helps get off the fence, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it'll get me off the fence. So I'll side with leasing at this point, and just to maintain the flexibility for the conversation that we're going to have in 45.
Excellent, thanks.
Just to be clear, it wasn't I was one side of the fence or not. I was asking the question, how much interest were we going to pay? 2% is not bad interest. So.
I agree. That's actually a good rate.
2% is great interest.
I love that rate.
Yeah. So that's darn good.
Right. Okay, so are there any other questions or comments here? So why don't we then, Brian, why don't you set the stage for the first motion, since you had the more complicated venue?
Well, based upon comments that I've heard previously, I'm getting the impression that the initial motion might be to approve all the items except for the greenhouse gas emissions study. That would be the first motion.
There we go. How about that?
I'll make that motion to approve all items with the exception of the greenhouse gas emissions.
I'll second it. Call the roll, but unless there's any other discussion, is there any other discussion under the motion? Carrie, did you want to say something? Okay, Britt, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Ferlito?
Yes.
Tice?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Okay, the resolution or the motion for approving all items within resolution 2021-016 except for the greenhouse gas emissions forecast study is approved 5-0.
So the second motion would be on the greenhouse gas emissions forecast study.
Jeff?
I would like to make a comment first.
Well, let's get a second first. We'll frame the discussion around a motion. A motion is second. Under discussion, Bobby.
Okay, so, as Chip said in the lead into this, it's all pretty heady and it's difficult to talk about the finances. However, I tried to make it less difficult for me as possible. And one of the ways I did that was I just set some criteria of what I would be voting for and not voting for tonight. I have 4 pieces of criteria. One is it public safety? 2, is it a federal or a state mandate? The other is it cost savings to the cities or some sort of a cost savings component to our village? And the other is it going to enhance or maintain the character village? Those were my four criteria. And if one of the projects was a no to any of those, then I wouldn't be voting for it. So it's not that I'm against the project, and it's not that I don't think that the greenhouse emissions are important to learn about and study and acknowledge. It just doesn't hit my criteria. And you'll see that same criteria being used throughout the next section of this. Thank you.
I appreciate those comments. Any other comments, or are we ready to go with a motion? We have a motion, we have a second, we have that discussion. Is there any other discussion? I don't see any. I'll call a question. Britt, would you call a roll, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Ferlito,
Yes.
Tice,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
No.
Mayor Potter.
Yes.
Okay, resolution 2021-016 for approval of the greenhouse gas emissions forecast study is approved with 4 yes votes, 1 no vote, with Mayor Pro Tem Richards voting no.
It is now 6:40. I would say a 10-minute bio break. Are we comfortable with that, guys? Yes, no? All right, why don't we come back then at 6:50? Go dark for a few minutes. Groovy music.
It was my second choice.
I'm liking it. Kind of cool.
Baker Street.
Yep.
Oh yeah, classic. Looks like we're all back, eh?
Looks like it.
It's rolling. All right, we're back in open session. I appreciate the opportunity for a bio break. Now move on then to item number 10, which is a resolution 2021-1017, authorizing the city administrator to restore voluntary compensation reductions for all at-will executives and classifications covered under the memorandum of understanding between the city and the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea Police Officers Association effective June 1, 2021. Chip?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a little bit of background as we were entering the pandemic last year, we realized that our revenue forecast was collapsing, and the council made a lot of hard decisions to stop our capital work and again reserve our funds with the expectation that again our revenues would not be as predicted because of the shutdown that the governor had put in place due to what was then called COVID-19. Other groups also volunteered to help out. Our POA stepped forward and they did not take a previously negotiated salary increase. And then the executive team as individuals, they're not a organized group or a union, as individuals stepped forward and also took voluntary pay reductions to help balance the budget. All told, between the two groups, if you will, or all the individuals, it's about $160,000 net savings to the city that helped balance the budget. And I want to express again my gratitude to everyone for doing that. At one of your last meetings, I think it was the 16th of March, and then prior to that, the second, a regular meeting, there was discussion about restoring those voluntary compensation reductions. And I absolutely misunderstood the homework assignment. So I apologize, especially to Councilmember Tice, who brought it up with me. I thought that we would just, instead of having those salary reductions restored earlier than they would have been restored, i.e. July 1st in 99.9% of the cases, that we would do it as of May 1st or June 1st, thereby still gleaning a savings, but also recognizing the sacrifice that those employees had made. And because of our financial situation looking a little bit better than we expected when we adopted the budget, restoring again those salaries a little bit early. What I think was, another council member has told me I also misunderstood from his perspective, it was meant to restore those salaries as of when they took effect, which would have been in June and July of last year, the year 2020. So I apologize for my misunderstanding. You have the ability we're grateful that this item is on, quite frankly. On behalf of my employees, it's very kind of you to put this item on the agenda. But you certainly have the ability and the authority to restore the salaries to a date earlier than May 1st, 3 weeks from now, or June 1st, a month and 3 weeks from now, and do it as of when they took effect last year, if that is the council's will. We would have to bring that back to you at a future meeting. We could not take action on anything that's not identified in the agenda report today, but that's a long soliloquy to again admit my mistake and apologize for it, and also thank the council for the consideration on this item and thank the employees for their sacrifices. So happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Bobby.
Chip, could we just, if we were to have the mind of saying May 15th, bring it back, and then we discuss it at the May meeting, and then May 15th, you guys be restored to the salary that you would have been at?
Yes, sir. I think the alternative that we had, I mean, the way this is structured right now, it's effective June 1st. I think in the alternatives, we talk about doing it, maybe I'm wrong. I thought we talked about, yeah, May 1st as an alternative restoration date as well, Mr. Richards. But again, if you'd like it to do it in any date range that's not identified in the agenda report. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed. I thought you had said that we would have to bring it back to another meeting, to a May meeting to talk about it. How could we do it May 1st if we haven't had our May meeting?
Well, it's because the agenda report gives you the alternative of either restoring the salaries as of either May 1st or June 1st.
Okay.
But if you'd like to do it in any date range prior to May 1st, we would have to come back with a subsequent council item for your.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Chip.
Carrie, as the architect, would you like to say something?
Yes, please. So my intention was to restore the salaries back to when they were offered up. And my reasoning here is we have a large budget surplus, more than we expected. And, you know, the staff, the managers, you know, voluntarily took a cut. They did well with their budget. They have worked within the budget guidelines. And in terms of the POA, I mean, let's face it, if anybody has talked to a policeman or woman during this last year, they have taken the brunt of mask mandates, beach closures, restaurant issues. I said, so, you know, my intention was to restore it, to give them their salary that they lost with their voluntary cut here back to when they offered it up. So I don't want it to go just from this point forward. I want to repay them for what they did volunteer for. So am I clear on that?
Thus the question before us tonight, exactly.
Yes. So that was my intention.
So under questions of Chip, before I take it out to the public for their comments, are there any other questions? All right, I don't see any. Britt, let's open it up to the public. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak to this item tonight?
Yes, there is. JC, did you want to speak on this item? Go ahead and unmute.
Well, thank you. I am in full support of the notion of bringing back these salaries for the employees that took this volunteer pay concession, considering everything that was in place. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. So anybody else tonight? I'm not hearing anybody, Britt.
I do not see any other hands raised. Just a reminder to those attending the meeting via phone, *6 will unmute your phone.
All righty, that noted, I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and direction. Council members, your druthers. Jeff.
Yes, I'm happy to go second. I stand with Carrie. I believe what she says. I think that certainly the POA has taken the brunt of everything that has happened over the course of the past year. The managers, as we all saw the difficulty that Ms. Waffle went through dealing with the parklets, and every manager has a story that's just like that, working with reduced staffs, working longer hours, making their budgets. So I would be supportive of going back to the beginning of the fiscal year.
All right, and what is the financial ramifications of that versus the other, Chip?
It's a total of $158,000 all in, Mr. Mayor. And if I just divide that by 12, which I actually can do math in public, popular belief, is about $13,000 per month. So again, if you went back to the beginning, it'd be $158,000, sir.
I'll go, Mayor. I mean, I was back to my original 4 reasons. I would be in favor of moving forward from May 1st of 2021. May 1st of 2021.
All right.
And that is in no way, I completely agree with my colleagues, how hard these people have worked, and I'm so grateful that they have given so much and have gone through this difficult time. However, the city of Carmel did not make near the amount of money that are the revenues that we typically make. We're going to suffer. I just can't believe that we're completely out of our revenue stream and our revenue challenges. And so while I appreciate very much, I think I would like to move forward with the May 1st.
Karen?
I'm good. Sounds good.
That means what? Okay.
I'm supportive of it. Yes.
All right. Well, I mean, I kind of hate to do this, but I'm going to have to side with Bobby on this. I don't think there was any expectation we were going to get our money back when we made those pay cuts. I mean, honestly, I think it was harsh times. We did the right thing. And I agree, everybody's worked their tail off. I understand that totally. But I didn't think that we were going to be restoring the monies that people were going forward. And we've never had really a history of retrospective pays. We've always been proactive when we've sat down with negotiations or anything else. We've never had granted actually retrospective compensation. So I'm going to have to stick with this on this one. I do believe that, it's not a good idea to, pick and choose our favorite children or partners here. But I do think that public safety is critical to the safety of this community as a whole. But I never thought we were going to go ahead and get into discussion whether we were going to be put into crossroads or crossfire here on whether we were going to be supportive of public safety or not more than anybody else. So I'm gonna go ahead and say I support moving forward with a complete restoration now, but not a complete restoration. I'd go 50% if somebody wanted to do that, but just to go ahead and say we're going to take it back to square one, I have a hard time with. Carrie?
I'm not clear where Councilmember Ferlito stands on this. So could you?
Thank you, Carrie. I was trying to get her to say something. She's good, apparently. She's cool, but hey, I'm cool with that too.
Actually, yeah, I'm okay with going back to restoring the pay.
In its entirety, right?
Yep, if the $158,000.
Okay,
correct?
100 and how much?
158,000.
Half of which would be about 79, something, 79,000. I'd go with 79,000.
Can we lease it?
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. I'll give you 2%. All right.
Well, so I completely understand, the conservative nature of my two council members here. I'm just looking that we still do have more revenue we need, but we're probably going to come out over $2.6 million ahead of what we projected. We are not back by any means to what our normal budget would be. I completely agree with that. But when you have, when you look at our personnel and the sacrifices they've made and voluntarily made, it wasn't necessarily a union negotiations in terms of the POA it was, but they voluntarily did that. And to have a $2.6 million surplus of our budget and not take something into consideration, I appreciate the 50%, but I'm still, I think that $158,000 is a good faith effort of recognizing the efforts both in what these particular employees wanted to give up to help out the city. The city is better off than we expected. So that's why I feel that we should pay it back, as it says.
Bobby?
Yeah, well, we do have a surplus, but we also have a lot of deferred maintenance that we didn't do. Millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars of maintenance that we did not do that we have to play catch up. So all this surplus is absolutely spoken for. And then I also have some concerns about the people that we had to lay off. With this $158,000 chip, is it possible to earmark that money to bring back a couple of people? And I think that maybe the staff that so generously volunteered this would be willing to forego that to bring some staff back.
If it's a question to me, Mr. Richards, you will be seeing when we present the operating budget to you. And again, what we're looking at is presenting the operating budget on May 4th, and then having a our working study session the week of I said May 4th, right? May 4th, and then the working study session being the week of May 17th. And there will be, based on already some of your decisions, you'll be looking at rebuilding and restoring some services, which are human beings, which are positions that will restore in the budget. So again, we don't know exactly what those are yet because we're still working them out. $158,000 is 1.5 positions depending on the position.
It sounds like it's $9,000 a month if we use the police cars.
So Chip, you're not covertly suggesting that this just be wrapped into a bigger budget discussion down the road a little bit?
No, sir, I'm not covertly suggesting that at all. Again, it was a mea culpa. I misunderstood the council's direction. In retrospect, we should have written the item more broadly to allow you to make a hard decision tonight. But I mean, if I can count to 3, I will bring this back at your May meeting with a variety of choices: 100% refunding restoration, 50% restoration, and you will unfortunately have to have the debate and discussion again. But hopefully, we can get some traction for you to make a decision based on your prior direction.
Jeff.
Thank you. I'm a little bit caught here. I absolutely agree with Carrie and Karen, but at the same time, I think that it's important. That a decision like this may be made by more than 3 council members on a 3-2 vote. And I'm not suggesting that we. I'm hoping, Dave, that there's some point between 6 months and 12 months that we might be able to get you on board so we could at least garner another vote. And maybe we could try to do that tonight. Maybe we could postpone it. I think I've sort of laid it out on the table for you, Dave, what I'm thinking. Maybe we could just have this discussion again next month. If you don't think you're going to go past 6 months, I guess we'll try to we could have a little bit more of a conversation tonight, or we could do it next month to try and get you included.
And Jeff, I appreciate that. I think for me, the problem is we're having these discussions about supplemental fundings in a little bit of a vacuum, not taking into consideration the entire budget. So I'm passionate about all these things. I'd love to give every officer their money back, but on the other hand, I've got more responsibilities when it comes to the larger budget. So that's what I was kind of alluding to is, can we go ahead and have this discussion? It's not time sensitive at all. They've already foregone their pay. I'm happy to restore it immediately, and then we can have the discussion whenever. But if you want to go to May 1st for restoration entirety and then wrap in the retroactive aspect, retroactivity piece of it at the more global budget discussion, I'm happy to do that. Or I'd just be moot on it now and then go forward with a bigger discussion next month, like you were saying. Carrie? Yeah.
So I'm just trying. So the resolution 2021-017 is effective as of June 1st. Are you suggesting May? So
I'm just
to
suggesting that.
restore-
So let me just throw the conundrum I'm in. We didn't really have a whole lot of advocacy at all about the scenic trail piece. All of a sudden, we've been besieged with letters about the scenic trail that I'd like to put some really hardcore money into. But where am I going to get that after I've depleted a lot of our discretionary monies along the way? Now we're taking discretionary money and allocating it to a special sector right now without it having it discussed in the bigger picture of the budget as a whole. That's all.
And I understand that. So obviously, if we're going to make a change to this resolution, it's going to have to come back. And what Jeff is suggesting is, can we find a midpoint so that we can give
So Jeff,
direction
I think
to
I
staff?
think what Jeff's suggesting is I go to 3/4 versus a half.
Are you suggesting 3/4, Jeff?
I'm suggesting that there's, in all honesty, what I'm suggesting is that I'm trying to figure out whether we should just vote for 12 months on a 3-2 vote, or whether there's some point at which, you know, we could get Dave in. And I don't think Dave assumes that. I'm not trying to disrespect Dave. I just think that, I think that 6 months is maybe a little too little for me. And maybe there's some point, maybe there's a point between 6 and 12 months.
There might be, but maybe it's not tonight.
You know, if it's a conversation that we should have again next, I mean, I can't reach into Dave's head and know what Dave's thinking. That's not my place, and it's not my ability or anything like that. I hear what he says about the money. I understand that. My counter to that would be that we have, you know, after having just allocated $232,497, we still have a surplus for this year of $2,393,625.
Until we give direction, though, after the next item.
Yes, and I appreciate that. You know, what I'm struggling with is, you know, we asked all of the employees to make a sacrifice, and 2 of the 4 groups stood up and made a sacrifice: the executives and the police officers union, and the other 2 did not. And so I view it through, you know, in response to a comment that you made before, Dave, I view it through a different lens. I don't view it as handing out treats to the favorite kid. I view it as, you know, restoring the equity to the kid that got up and said, I'll go without this portion of my pay for a year. And then things have turned out significantly differently than we expected them to. And so to me, it's an issue. You know, I hear you about the budget, and those are big concerns, but to me, there's an issue of fairness. And I can't explain it. I can't explain it any other way than that. So
you did a very good job. You did a very good job of explaining it, Jeff, and actually quite compelling. Now you might have moved me. Yeah.
I appreciate your comments, Jeff, because it is a matter of fairness. And that word didn't come to mind, but you're absolutely correct. We're trying to consider all the employees, and we're not favoring anyone, but we're just trying to consider all the employees by restoring what they gave up.
Yeah, okay, I'm compelled. Nice job, Jeff. You should have been a lawyer.
You'd have to ask Brian for that. So, do you want to?
Well, to bring it back.
I've said what I had to say, Dave.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
I'll leave.
Don't turn me by over enunciating.
We'll bring it. Thank you. We don't need any. There's no decision. We will. Actually, can I have a motion, please, to continue this item to the May 4th council with the direction you've provided? No decision tonight. We'll bring it back for a decision point on May 4th, please.
Also move.
Second.
Carrie, second by Carrie. You're the one who started all this. All right. Okay.
I know. I'm taking responsibility.
No, I'm proud of you. You know, you don't lead if you, that's why you get arrows in your back, because you're leading. Okay, so we have a motion with a second. Can we get a roll call, please, Britt?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Ferlito,
Yes.
Tice,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Okay, the item is moved to May 4th unanimously. Mayor, if I will, I'd like to just make a brief announcement to let the participants know that the chat part of this meeting is not considered part of the record. If you would like to address the council, then please do so when the mayor requests public testimony at that time. Thank you.
Excellent point, Britt. Thank you. Okay, so item number 11 is receive an update and tentatively select proposed fiscal year 2021/22 capital improvement program projects and provide direction to staff. We've kind of been working away in this direction all night long, so we're finally here.
Yes, if I can lead off, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
Just really good discussion, council. We don't have all the money. We want to do everything. What you have before you is a draft. There's no decision tonight. You can add things to the CIP list. You can delete things. You have received a litany of correspondence. A couple of corrections. There was some correspondence about us defunding the money in the North Dunes for the restoration of the North Dunes. That is not the case. What that is carrying the funds over from one fiscal year to the next fiscal year. They'll continue to be used in the North Dunes. A lot of correspondence regarding the scenic road beach pathway. Again, that was funded at almost $250,000 last year. We defunded it. We're very indebted to Mr. Byrne and Mrs. Moon, everybody who works down there with Carmel Cares. We've often talked about, since we got the Biden bucks announced, that that would be a great project to use the $717,000. We could hit it like a bomb for that amount of money. So again, you can move things to be funded into the CIP and move things off. This is a more robust CIP than you saw a couple weeks ago, because of your direction to perhaps use some of the fund balance that we're anticipating and projecting into the next fiscal year. So again, there are no right or wrong answers tonight. We tried to be judicious. We do have a maintenance infrastructure deficit, both in our green infrastructure and our hardened infrastructure. But again, we're looking forward to getting your comments, and we will be responsive. The list that you put together tonight will go to the Planning Commission for a consistency analysis by applying the projects to both the general plan and our municipal code. So I think that answers that concludes my comments, unless there are any questions before we go back to the Bob show and he talks to you about the specific projects.
Any questions of Chip before we go to Mr. O'Reilly? I don't see any. Bob, lead on.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Hopefully you can see my screen. Okay, so these are the recommended projects for the next fiscal year capital improvement program. Let me move this off. Okay, we have, as of today, we have 15 CIP projects that are recommended for next fiscal year. We'll call them the core projects. We have 6 special projects that are recommended for next year, but they're funded through our operating budget, rollovers or donations or volunteers or other sources of revenue. We have 10 previously considered projects that could also advance into the next fiscal year or defer for subsequent into the subsequent 4 fiscal years in the 5-year CIP. Take a quick overview of the 5-year CIP relative to the financial forecast. And then council is tentatively selecting all projects at this time so that we can get planning commission approval. Although the final selection is still at the adoption of the budget and the CIP. And of course, you'll be directing staff to go to the PC for their general plan consistency review. A few changes have been made since our last meeting on March the 16th. 3 projects have been moved up into the current fiscal year. We already talked about that. That's the dispatch renovation, the 2 vehicles, and reopening. We advanced 5 additional projects up into next fiscal year, 22. We also added 2 new projects that you have not yet seen. That's public access for digital property files and the 6th Avenue Devondorf Park Plaza Community Project. We'll talk about that a little bit. And we did some refinement of cost estimates along the way. Okay, so the core projects, the 15 core projects that we are recommending are the next 3 slides. These are projects 1 through 5. You can see what we did is we kind of went back to how the paving project in 2019-20 started. So this paving project would include paving Junipero from 3rd to Ocean, San Carlos with a micro surfacing from 8th to 13th, and overlay San Antonio from 4th to 8th. That cost is $571,000 to meet our maintenance of effort requirement to be eligible for the other funding sources. We merged back the San Carlos street bike route and the landscape medians as it was all originally designed in one package. And we took it a step further, and we're going to merge the Mission Street sidewalk repairs also into this one big package. So all these 3 projects are considered one. And with that, we don't have to pay more than the $571,815 because that will meet our cap there. And this landscape meetings does reflect the $17,000 donation from Barbara Livingston and her neighbors. And we do have some additional TAMC funding in the RSTIP for $15,000 that we would throw into the pot as well to get more sidewalk repairs done. So that's all one project. Project 2 is the police radio antenna mentioned last time. We anticipate a $175,000 grant from the UASI grant in October. The total project cost is $375,000. We will need $200,000 to get this project completed next year. Public access to digital files. This is a new request, $132,000. This will help us improve transparency and efficiency. The Community Planning and Building Department is requesting this project. They put together a couple of cool slides that are coming up. So I'll hold off on that until we go through the list of 15. The next is design repairs of pipe failures for the storm drain master plan. And this is going to be a long-term project. My recommendation is that we get started. We put the $100,000 into beginning the design of these repair projects. It's going to be, we can't wait year after year to start repairing our drainage system. Next is $60,000 for hazardous material testing and remediation and repair of only the worst windows at Sunset Center. We're not going to get all the windows done and all the asbestos and the paint removed for $60,000 by any stretch of the imagination. Projects 6 through 10. First is an ambulance, which we're also suggesting to lease to own, $55,000 a year, about $275,000 total. We're recommending we move this one up from a future year up to fiscal year 22. A library's master plan. Now I know the librarians have a lot of ideas for different types of projects in both the buildings. There's not really a master plan on what goes first, second, or third. We have talked about painting interior and exterior of the main library and doing some carpeting. And that really could be done at any time, but there's a whole lot of other projects. So we're recommending that we put together a library's master plan to facilitate long-range projects after that. Facility maintenance supplement, we're asking for $50,000. This would be in the operating budget. But again, even though it's in the operating budget, it's still competing with the same funding as capital projects. We've been putting off repairs this past year, especially in our older buildings. And we also advanced this into next fiscal year. We can't really wait another 2 years to get started on this. So we're asking for $50,000 supplement, and possibly continuing that increased supplement for future years, but we're not quite there yet. But we have a lot of catching up to do. We wanted to lease 22 police radios over 6 years, about $30,000 a year. We have a retention schedule that would be in the administrative operations budget for about $25,000. This was also advanced a year, and the city clerk recommends that we do so that we can meet the code requirements. Projects 11 through 15, we have Mission Trails Nature Preserve, the design of the first 3 of 8 stream stability study projects. The city cost would be $20,000. council has approved accepted the $175,000 per cap grant. We have to do a 20% match. We don't need construction money yet. That would be the following year, but we're asking for $20,000 next fiscal year plus $70,000 that would be reimbursed in the grant. So we have $90,000 to do the design of those 3 projects. Next is the forestry master plan. This was also advanced into the next fiscal year. We can use the reforestation fund. $20,000 as we go into the forestry operations budget. Next is our annual ADA upgrade project for the ADA transition plan. And we all know that's going to be ongoing for a long, long time. It's a federal requirement that we do so. Backup generator at the Park Ranch Library for $15,000. And this, our generator still works. It's on its last leg. It's unreliable. And what we don't want is that the generator goes down when it's raining and the basement floods yet again. We did look at, talk to C3 about a low interest loan. We do have that option, a 1% loan, if that's council's desire. And then also this next one is a new community project based on the comments we received at the March 16th special meeting. You asked about launching a new community type of project. And we think that the 6th Avenue and Devendorf Park Plaza project, which has had a little bit of background, a little bit of review by the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Library Board, but there's a whole lot more outreach to do, including presentation to the City Council. We think this would be a great way to get the community to participate in the design charrette and also look at fundraising. So we're saying $0 next fiscal year to get the ball rolling on this. And then the following year, we could begin the design of the plaza. And the year after that, we can go into construction. It's about a $2.5 to $3 million project as the way it's envisioned today. Okay, next, this is the scanning and digitizing the property files. This was that new project I mentioned earlier. If you've all been through the community planning and building office and you've seen lots and lots of filing cabinets, all the historic property files are stored in their offices. Just about every drawer looks like this. In fact, I told Brandon that I've seen much more crowded than this. That this was kind of a nice, neatly organized drawer. But we have literally hundreds of drawers of files that are just, it's just onerous and difficult. Now, people like to want to come in and read on the file if they're going to buy a house, or realtors, or historians, lots of different reasons. Sometimes we've had up to 10 people in a single week, wanting to come in and look at property files. It typically takes about an hour to go through them, and we need a staff person to watch, make sure that they are interpreting things right, or to help them, or put the files back together at the end. This is our GIS tool. We would use this as a platform to do to include those records tied to each parcel. So, for example, someone from the public wouldn't have to come into City Hall. They could click on any parcel where they're of interest, and their historic files would be shown. This doesn't show yet this shows some storm drain, I believe, but files would pop up from the GIS system and provide that information that they were looking for. And this project also would implement community planning and building strategic plan goals number 3, 4, and 7. So this is a big priority for the planning department. Next is the 6th Avenue and Devendorf Park Plaza initial concept. I wanted to emphasize this is just a concept, and it's the initial concept. It has a long, long ways to go. But if I may, this is Park Ranch Library here. This is Devendorf Park down here. The thought here is to close off 6th Avenue and make this into like the central plaza area, modify this area, and even have modify the sidewalks in the park. We would have more lawn area in the park. We would have like a little mini amphitheater at this location. So if there's a speaker type of event, this would be perfect to hold events, and make the farmers market that much more appealing. And it ties in the library to the park as one big community project. And we think design charrettes, where we have lots of people come in with crayons of all different colors, can jot their ideas down, and we take collaboratively, we come up with some kind of a more refined concept, and then start the development process from there. Okay, that's it for the first 15 core projects, and then we have 6 recommended special projects. They're special because they're not really city funded except for carryovers. One, as we mentioned last time, Ocean Avenue split rail fencing, if and when we receive a donation from the Carmel Residents Association. We have the wildfire risk assessment. This was not completed in this current fiscal year. We request to carry that over in the fire department operations budget and tackle it next year. The wayfinding signs was approved by council last month. This is $18,500. This would be citywide. Again, there is no design at all at this point. We have a long ways to go. North Dunes, biological monitoring, interpretive signs and fencing. And wanted to reemphasize what Chip mentioned. There was, the staff report did say to move the $12,250 into the operations budget because biological monitoring is not a capital project per se, but the scope of the work is not changing whatsoever. We do have that carryover, or we do have that funding available from Laura Overett, and I apologize to her for calling her June in the report. And the Rotary Club has expressed some interest in helping us fund the signage. So the $12,000 could roll over the operations budget, or it could stay in the CIP budget, and it would really be, if council approves this, it would be Sharon's choice, I believe. Next is Carmel Cares projects that Public Works supports. There's a whole litany of projects. We don't know if these particular projects are what Carmel Cares will decide to implement. There's many more others to choose from. But what we're thinking about, at least at this point, is split rail fencing at Forest Hill Park and North Dunes, the scenic pathway, which we received lots of letters of interest. They have a reasonable request that we match the funding, and let's assume it's $50,000 to replace the barrier rails per the Scott Hall design. We could do that, I believe, and I would defer to the city attorney. If we put city funding into this project, it becomes a public works project that requires advertising for bids and prevailing wages and all the other requirements of a public works project. We've also asked Carmel Cares to fix up an observation deck at First Murphy. It's in bad shape and it really needs some help. Project 21 is the energy efficiency projects per the report from Site Logic. We have seen drafts of the report. One interesting thing, I'll just go out on a limb here and suggest that a possible project might be solar at Vista Lobos that would be completely self-funded. So that would be an interesting project. And of course, we were not recommending any city funds for this. It would be strictly on-bill financing or grants or rebates. Let me go back up for just a second. The 15 projects is $1.3 million in value. And the 6 additional projects is only $32,000 of city funding. And finally, we have 10 previously considered projects for the 5-year CIP. These all could be put into the years 2 through 5. They could all be, well, I wouldn't say they all, but some of them could be easily pushed up into the, in with the 15 core projects. I don't think the city can afford all of these. I'm sure we can't, but we could also substitute, remove some of the projects from the top 15 and use these as alternate projects. But again, these are all projects that are worthwhile and important. The first one being the police building renovation. It's $1.4 million. We did have the design complete, it was permitted. We did even got construction bids, which came in higher than we had proposed. I would caution that we don't wait too many years because the longer this goes on the shelf, the more there could be change orders or different building requirements. And we don't want to have to redesign it at this point. Another project is the main library painting and carpeting, and possibly that would leverage donations for interior improvements. Number 24, this is an important project. It's well decommissioning and elevated tank removal at Mission Trails. It's about a $150,000 project. The bulk of that cost is the well decommissioning. Next is the sea level rise coastal engineering report that's requested by the Climate Committee. It's $150,000. I will say at this point that it was my maybe inaccurate assumption that that project would be the nexus to identify future projects, just like the library master plan. It would identify projects along the shoreline and the revetments and the retaining walls on the beach, of which we have many projects and many problems, that report would identify and prioritize those. We could also proceed with some of those repairs with or without this report. Project 26 is a backup generator for IT in the main library. We already have quotes for that. Housing or locating a spot for it is the only challenge there, and the money. Scout House renovation in the past year was discussed by the City Council. We did complete the roof, but another $40,000 we could get the design completed. $35,000 would be for some computer server resilience. GIS development phase 2 would allow us to do additional data and permit applications. This would be integrated with the Community Planning and Building Department's request for the property records, digitizing the property records. IT was requested under a UPS, uninterrupted power supply system for various buildings, $20,000. And sooner or later, we're going to need a stormwater ordinance expert consultant to help us with the stormwater ordinance. We have a lot of the technical expertise in-house. We just don't have the capacity. And this is a big project with a lot of research. Okay, so putting this all together, the green, what I was calling the core projects, you can see here the city funds would be $1.3 million to pay for all of them. External funds would be $600,000. So that's about a $2 million program right here. For the 6 special projects, no city funds other than some $32,000 of rollovers, about $73,000 from external funding, in addition to future contributions and donations, of which we don't have a targeted amount at this point. And then the blue projects are the alternative. There's an additional 10 projects. You can switch out some from the core and move up alternates. You can do 1 through 21, which is staff's recommendation is to do projects 1 through 21, although the next 10 are also worthwhile and important projects. You put it all together, whoops. The core projects and the special projects combined is $1.37 million. The additional 10 projects would be $2.23 million. If you wanted to do all 31 projects, it would take us a lot more than a year to get through them, but the total would be $3.6 million, which we believe is unrealistic. Current fiscal year, you already know about this, the $2.6 million. It's being allocated for the pension, for public safety projects. Oh, you just spent the first $239,000 about an hour ago. And, but my point is really that next year is not the only list of projects. We have a lot of projects. We have far more projects than we will have funding. This is the 5-year CIP. It's very hard to see, and it was much harder to prepare. So what I want to do is compress it into a summary slide. So this is focused on years 2 through 5. For those next 4 years, drainage projects, we're looking at $1.7 million for required pipe repairs, the Junipero bypass. We talked about this at the Storm Drain Master Plan presentation. More pipe repairs and the Rio box culvert. Those second and fourth are the bottlenecks in the drainage system that need to be reworked. Streets, $2.8 million. What we're proposing after this next project on Junipero and San Carlos is complete, the next year would be concrete streets and sidewalks, followed by a year of pavement overlays, followed by a year of reconstructing streets. These are the streets that are in really bad shape that require more expensive complete reconstructions. They cannot be salvaged by overlays or anything. And then a year of slurry. Of course, that might change over time, but that kind of gives you a feel for the magnitude of work that we need to do. Facilities is actually the most where we need the most help. 1.4 million was for the police department renovation, which would be year 2, if not moved up. We have the Scout House renovation that's been discussed. We have a lot of work at Sunset Center. Vista Lobos, maybe we start to design and get that renovation moving somewhere in the next 5 years. For Forestry, Parks and Beach, the tank, Mission Trails tank and well is really the main projects. And really, because we have external funding, the Mission Trail Nature Preserve stream projects would be a couple of years. Of course, this ongoing North Dunes habitat preservation, there's Mission Trail, other projects. So these are not all the projects. These are mostly like the bigger ticket projects in the various years. For fleet, we're recommending that the following fiscal year, 22-23, we'd buy the sweeper, which is certainly needs to be done. Our fire engine is starting to be on its last leg. That's an $800,000 item in a couple of years. And just to put it in perspective, the 5-year leases would end in 5 years. So we're paying the $30,000 for the 2 vehicles through that fiscal year. IT has various needs. The main library generator we talked about. PD records management is an important project that will be costly. Again, we don't have exact prices. This is a forecast. We need IT equipment. It'll be many years by the time we get to year 4 and modify the IT equipment. And for the library, we're putting the plaza design into the library category because Ashley is the one who came up with this idea in the first place, and add a girl to her for coming up with an interesting community project. Next year we could do paint and carpet. We can possibly start construction on year 3 for the plaza. And if we do the master plan in the upcoming fiscal year, we can start banging out the specific plan projects in later years. So for years 2 through 5, total cost, we're looking at about $12 million of needs. And the 5-year total, at the end of the next fiscal year, the needs are about $13.4 million. We estimate about $5.2 million in external funding for a grand total of $18.6 million. Now, I know Sharon might be shaking right now, so we do have some funding available. Capital outlay was projected about $900 to $1 million a year in the next 5 years. Excluding the surplus of this current fiscal year, which one of the council members said it's just about shot, here's the amount of surplus if all goes well. So even if we use every nickel of the surplus, which I'm not recommending, but even if we use that and we have about $2 million a year, our needs still well exceed those needs. Okay, so we have a long-range problem with infrastructure that shouldn't be news to anyone on council or in the audience.
And council, this is where, can you go back, Bob, please? I mean, this is where, again, the funding, the projected funding surplus does at this point in time not consider any enhancements to services that you'll be seeing. So again, we spend all the money on capital, then we're already running there's no money to hire anyone back to implement the projects. Right. So again, we need to be very judicious. Of course, that is again why you're not approving the projects that you see before you tonight. You're not appropriating funds for them. Rather, you're saying to the Planning Commission that here's a list that we'd like to look at, what we'd like you to look at for consistency again with the general plan. So the word that Bob has on that slide, it's danger, is a very important one, certainly.
I tried to get a danger sign, but it didn't go in. Okay, so to wrap this up, we're seeking council's guidance to tentatively select, defer, or delete the 15 recommended core projects. Confirm your desire to proceed with the 6 special projects. select any of the 10 editor projects or swap them with other core projects. Possibly delete, defer, or add any other project into the CIP that's not yet listed. Of course, you want to incorporate any public comments into the next year CIP or 5-year CIP. And finally, direct staff to present to the Planning Commission for general plan consistency review. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll leave this, or I'll come back to the slide when we need it, but it will hopefully facilitate the conversation about what projects you want to do.
Bob, very thorough presentation, very expensive, but very thorough. I appreciate that.
Right, thank you.
So questions at this time for Bob or Chip about the capital improvement program? Carrie.
Yes, thank you. Great report. I wanted to use that emoji that we would be crying right about now. Two questions. In terms of giving me a sense of what's more important, the mission trail stream stability versus removing the tank and taking care of the well. Is there a sense of which is more important there?
I would say that the stream stability projects, at least for the first batch of 3, is mostly funded by that per cap fund. So that's external funding. The $150,000 for the tank and the well is city funds. There's no known revenue for that.
And we Anya spent a lot of time, I think 2 years ago now, applying for a stream bed stability grant. We actually had some outside help, and we were not successful. I mean, it was much more kind of blighted areas. So this is a step in the right direction. This is great that we have this money. That well has been on the list, well and tank removal, for some time. It does have, I think we've cut off the electrical power to it at this point in time, Bob.
That's right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but decommissioning a well is unfortunately very expensive, and it's a legacy. It's something we all inherited, quite frankly. We used to actually, maybe I shouldn't say it, but that was a wash. That was a wash area. We used to wash our equipment before our NPDES permit, our National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, went into effect. But eventually we need to really take care of that end of the preserve.
Right.
My second question has to do with the sweeper. I noticed the street sweeper was put into not next year, but the year after, but it's currently broken. So what's the plan for how we're going to clean our streets if we don't somehow have a sweeper?
The sweeper is not broken. It does break down from time to time, and it did recently. We needed new brakes and a caliper. So it's been in our shop. We're doing most of the repairs in-house that we can. It's an older sweeper. It is falling apart. It's not going to last another 5 years. We believe we can squeeze out another year of it. We're putting in some funding for an operations budget for vehicle repairs next year, knowing that it's going to continue to break down from time to time. But on the flip side, we put in several $1,000s on repairs over the past 6-7 months, and some of the parts are brand new, like the tires and the brakes, and so it's not ready to retire, but it's elderly. Let's say, put it that way.
So it's not broke right now. It's just being maintenance on it.
Correct. We're currently, like today, we're fixing the brakes, but it could be on the street tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, the brake repairs, Councilmember Tice, are less than $500. So it's new pads and as Bob said, calipers. It'll be back on the street.
All right, that's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Bobby, then Jeff.
Thanks, Matt. Bob, on the San Carlos street bike route and landscape median islands, I know that's a little bit confusing because there's so many moving parts to that. How, I know that you like to do grading and you grade our streets. Can you tell me, is that street in desperate need of repair?
San Carlos, between 8th and 13th, I believe, is not in desperate need of repair. it qualifies as a microsurfacing, which is a thin emulsion layer. Instead of a more costly overlay, if we can do this microsurfacing, and hopefully the bids come in as reasonable as we were hoping, then we'll extend the life of that road surface for 10, 15 more years. So it's not well, keep in mind that our pavement management system identifies which streets, and they recommend what repairs and which streets to do next in a very scientific and objective manner.
Right. That's why I was getting at. Where did that fall in that scientific and objective manner?
It came in next, so that's why it's on the list. And our list is sent to the California Transportation Commission and to TAMC for their rubber stamp.
It came in. You said it came in next.
In the priorities of, okay, so there's a lot of, every street needs to be resurfaced someday. The ones that come up to the more urgent ones, where we can put the limited funding and get the best bang for the buck on resurfacing, those are the projects we're trying to do. If you remember our curve on the blue dot, before streets, or before they fail quickly.
So this San Carlos is one of the worst streets in Carmel.
Not necessarily. It's worthy of the investment of funding so that we can get the most most life out of that street as we possibly can.
Okay.
So the pavement system does not go to the worst possible street and then start there, because that would be really expensive. It looks for ways to extend the life of pavement within the limited funding we have.
So are there other streets in the town that are unsafe that we're not going to do?
We're going to do every street someday.
Okay.
And then when we're done, we keep going.
Yeah. Let me try. You remember, you probably don't have it in your hip pocket, Bob, but there's a kind of that law of diminishing returns, where if we're maintaining something, Councilmember Richards, with this kind of a microsurface slurry seal, it degrades slower. So we're not forced to do a much more expensive, what I call R&R, remove and replace, or rebuild and replace. I don't know what it's called, but yeah. So that's the purpose, and again, doing this maintenance, which is basically black. It's asphalt with asphalt paint with sand in it, or some kind of an abrasive material that gets into the cracks and just holds everything together for. Just again, as Bob said, it extends the life of a street that's in pretty good shape right now. It's probably I don't know, Bob, what is it, a 75, 78 out of 100 scale? It's a really good street. Yeah, and we also have, now don't forget, we also have the money that Barbara Livingston and her folks gave us. Bob, isn't that the complement? Doesn't that go into our MOE? And it was, what do we have, 17, 20 grand there or something like that?
I don't think you have to defer to Sharon if that was counted as part of the MOE or not. I don't think it was.
Okay. But the point there is to do some more outreach and education, because the public meeting that we had, there were a lot of angry folks there about those median islands, and whether we had the width to do both, and on-street loss of parking. So I think your intent, Bob, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to continue that outreach and education process for that work on lower San Carlos.
That's the next step to do once it's funded.
So I understand diminished returns. I just wanted to understand if there's other streets in town that need this attention more than this. That's my question.
Yeah, the biggest one you'll see on the list, council member, and I hear about it from the First Lady of Carmel, Ms. Chikarat, is that section of San Carlos that crosses Ocean, and it's a combination. It's an asphalt street on San Antonio, and then there's a concrete. The intersection's concrete, very expensive. And if you go there, I have to pick up my cup on the way into the office every morning because it's so bad. And that stretch between 4th and 8th, Bob, is that correct? Is identified? Wasn't the section that we would remove and replace?
On San Carlos?
No, San Antonio. San Antonio
4th through 8th. Yes.
Yeah, pretty rough section. A lot of construction damage from construction trucks, et cetera.
If I may, in year 2, we were saying about working on concrete streets we do have a bad intersection at Ocean at San Antonio. It's all concrete. It's all broken up. It's kind of a mess. We need to reconstruct it. That cannot be salvaged. It needs to be taken out and replaced. So that was going to be a year 2 project.
And the other note, because it's very important, and Bob understands this, is our policy is not to pave to the full width of the right of way. So again, you know, we have some new folks that are moving to the village, and they think that we should pave right up to the you know, their fence line. We don't do that. We try to minimize pavement, and we always look for opportunities. And actually, Mr. Swanson can speak to this with new projects, private projects, as we look for opportunities to remove excessive hardscape, whether it be DG or concrete or asphalt or what have you, in the right of way. So Bob gets it that we don't pave edge to edge, if you will.
Other questions by council members? Jeff.
Thank you, Dave. First, I have a couple of questions about the scenic pathway, Bob. You know, we've talked about it a little bit, but the first one, which we didn't talk about, was there was $750,000 worth of work that we sort of put a stop to at the beginning of last year. We put a stop to the beginning of the first third of that work, and I don't see it on the 5-year plan at all. Am I missing it?
Are you referring to the shoreline repairs?
No, I'm referring to last year we were going to do the first $250,000 of repair to the scenic pathway, which involved water pipes and all those things. And I'm looking at the 5-year CIP budget that you produced, which is great, which is on page 15 of the presentation. And I'm looking at Forest, Beach, and Parks, $0.9 million. And I see Mission Trail Nature Preserve, Mission Trail Nature Preserve, Mission Trail Nature Preserve. But I don't see the $750,000 for the scenic pathway that we had talked about. So I'm not necessarily asking maybe we'll fund it this year, maybe we won't. But it's not on this plan, is it?
No, because the whole concept of the project changed. What we had was we were going to do a pilot project for the $230,000 to renovate scenic pathway from, I think, 8th to 10th. Just do that section, get public opinion to design that section, and then see how the public likes that. And then the 750 or whatever the balance was to go from 10th down to 13th or Martin Way or wherever we wanted to end. Yes, that project, I guess, was put on hold because since then, Carmel Cares has come in with their volunteers and their gardeners. They've done a tremendous amount of work. They've done, we haven't done much hardscape. That's really the next phase. But the landscaping, as you can all tell, and as testimony from all the letters we got, the landscaping is looking really great. So it's come a long way. They're doing some of the things that we would have had to contract out. So the next step, and we've talked to Carmel Cares about this and Dale, the next real big ticket item we believe is the barrier rails, because it is a safety item. They are falling apart. You can poke a hole through some of them, and they need to be replaced. We do have a CDP that allows us to use the hall design to replace the barrier rails. I don't know. So I guess the bigger picture is the 750. No, it's not on the list. It's more being done on a more incremental approach based on the level of effort that Carmel Cares wants to put their sweat and tears into it, or put their financial donations towards it. So for year 3 through 5, I don't have an identified project on scenic pathway yet. Something needs to be there. We could have a placeholder, perhaps.
Jeff, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Another thing that I asked for last month, and you and I spoke about this, was I asked you to go back to the shoreline assessment. The most recent, I think, was done 5 years ago, because that plan had identified a bunch of shoreline projects, and those were health and safety projects. And I've spoken about these a number of times. The the degraded or the slanting landing at the 8th Street steps down to the beach, the buckling of the pathway at 10th Avenue with the roots of that cypress tree. There are some fairly significant, in the tens of thousands of dollars projects that the pathway needs just to be safe. And those things also seem to have disappeared, or I'm not sure whether they've disappeared or they never really appeared on this 5-year CIP plan. So have you had a chance to look at those at all, or?
I did look at the Shaman report today, as well as the Easton geotechnical or geology report. I'm not sure if you're aware of that one. There are numerous potential safety projects to be done, including monitoring, which we haven't been doing. So yeah, there's certainly no shortage of work. And I admit that the 5-year CIP was lacking projects specific to the Shaman and Easton recommendations, especially the safety ones.
Do you have any idea off the top of your head, like what the dollar amount was on those projects? Maybe Karen remembers, but I don't. Okay.
The report I saw did not have cost estimates.
Okay. The next question was related to the plaza plan, the library plaza plan. Who would be the professional that, like, is there a, in your sort of dreamscape of doing this project and starting with this public outreach, is the city going to hire a professional to sort of manage the project, or is that just going to be, would that be in-house resources? Maybe that's a question for Chip.
Yeah, let me answer that. I mean, I think that we have the in-house resources to do the type of design charrette for, it's a discrete area. It's not all of downtown. It's a discrete area. It's one city block. And so I think a combination of Miss Wright and either Brandon or one of his staff members would complement that nicely. Again, we've got that schematic plan. Bob's put a pretty high price tag on it, but again, it's an opportunity to work with the public, and I think we can do it. I don't think there's a whole lot of rocket science behind creating a public plaza there. There's a small topographic difference at the curb cuts, and there's a much larger topographic difference between the street level of the sidewalk on the south side of 6th there and the park itself, but it's nothing that we can't deal with. I think certainly initially in-house. When we get to the construction drawings to actually do the physical improvements, then we'll need some outside assistance. But again, but certainly for the first phase that we've identified here. Sorry, my computer wants to update itself, of course, during a public meeting. So I got to go. Sorry, no, I'm joking. Then we can do it in-house, sir.
Yeah, I'm a little bit gun shy after the design. I'm sorry.
Questions.
Yeah, and the last question was: is there money do you need money to do the design guidelines? Like, are we doing those in-house? We don't need to allocate money out of the CIP to finish that project?
No, you'll see that in the operating budget. So you'll see a potential earmark for that, sir. I want to say Brandon put $12,000 or $15,000 for an outside assistance with that.
You're correct, Joe. It's 15,000.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions by council members?
Yes.
Karen.
Yes, this project to digitize everything, all the plans, that seems like a monumental project. It just, I can't imagine, but have you actually gotten a bid on that?
Let me, Brandon, I'd like to ask Brandon, Mr. Swanson, to answer that, council member. But I can tell you that when I arrived here just a short time ago, 25 years ago, we were talking about that exact project and at that point in time, we were concerned that those beautiful old blue lines, the Murphys and all the hand-drawn plans were being unfolded by realtors and refolded and unfolded and refolded. So, our objective, Brian Roseth and I and others wanted to scan these. And it not just protects those papers as historic resources, it also provides the opportunity to better serve the public. So they can access that information when they're at 11 o'clock at night when they want to know about an easement or the original plans or the permits or what have you. So, and again, so I think it's again, you talked, I think you mentioned the S word, sexy projects. It's not the most sexy project in the world. Now, Brandon will tell you something different. He thinks it really is.
That's so sexy.
But you know, it is something that it's expensive, but it will really benefit our community. It'll also free up staff time to have a staff member to watch people while they're going through the plan, so things don't unfortunately disappear, which has happened quite a bit when I was in the past. So anyway, Brandon, talk a little bit, just real briefly, about the price tag that you associated with this project.
Yeah, thanks, Chip. I appreciate the intro there. And you're right. There's a lot of great material in those files, even just little handwritten letters back to like 1916, where there's communications between two property owners where you have to go back in time and figure out how property became how it is. So we really want to make sure we preserve all that. But I do have a quote. I went, when I heard that we might be able to get some projects on, and I do feel this is a very sexy project. That's probably because I'm a planner and I think GIS is very cool. So it's sexy to me. But I did get a quote for not only the digitizing and scanning, but also making the connection between our GIS map and those files in Laserfish. So that is a real number. I think that the quote that I got actually can be trimmed down a little bit more. Potentially, we would want to work with them, but this is the number I'm comfortable with right now. The nice thing about the folks that I got the quote from, they're actually the folks who currently administer our Laserfish system, which is the online retention system where we can actually keep things in perpetuity. And so they have the knowledge and the wherewithal to actually scan and digitize and then put them into that system so they're done safely. And the time frame of this is about a year once we get funding and get started with it to get it done for the property files for all the lots in the city.
I have a follow-up question. Would you then keep the historical documents? I think my garage was designed on a napkin. I think it's in the folder like that. I mean,
yours would not be the only one. Absolutely. And so I think that sort of dovetails in with one of the items that Britt Everett has on her city clerk budget in a records retention policy, which we have woefully lacking one right now. So the records retention policy dovetails with what I'm trying to do in that there are certain files that you wouldn't want to keep or necessarily don't need to keep. And there's other things like the drawings, like some of these historic documents that we would want to keep. So that would be developed through the records retention policy. We would be able to get rid of paper that we don't actually need, so create space. Moving into the future as well, the other nice thing about setting up a system like this is all of our permits and all of our documentation moving forward can be dumped and linked into this GIS map. So, if you have a project going to the Planning Commission in a month, once that approval happens, it goes into the GIS map. And so that someone can go and find that permit and the approval and the resolution and the conditions by clicking on that parcel where the project took place. The ultimate sort of dream sexy goal for me, and I'll come back this next year and talk about it, is GIS actually has a lot more capability than just this. You can even turn it into your permitting system where you say, I want to submit a permit to the city for a building or planning. I go and click on my parcel on GIS and it pulls up the application and it pre-populates all of my information like my APN and all that stuff for me. So GIS has a lot of great capability nowadays. It's more than just a mapping tool, which is what it started as. But this is a great first start. It's a way for us to get our documents in a safe place. It's like Chip said, customer service. You can access it anytime you want. And it'll really not only give us more time for staff that are sitting with folks in the chambers, 10 hours a week, but also our staff, we use these files too. So the time it takes us to go into those files, dig through and find what we need, it's gonna help the planners and the building department get through projects faster as well.
Okay, and a third question on this subject is, would this tie in with the forestry department's tree GIS system, data system, where they keep track of trees in the public right of way, replacement trees, inspection of replacement trees?
I believe the answer is yes.
Yeah, all the GIF platform will have different layers of information, council member, and you can overlay the trees for example, on the on the site plan for the property. So yeah, it's all really well integrated.
Yes.
And you can click on the tree, much like you can with some of our public trees, a lot of our public trees now, and get the species, the estimated age, when it was last pruned. You get a lot of information on the trees. So again, it's a good documenting tool.
Other question by council members? Before I go to the public. Right, I don't see any. I'll open it up to the public now. There's an opportunity for anyone in the public to comment on this item. Please state your name for the record and come on forward. Dale Byrne.
So Richard Kreitman, you want to take Dale Byrne, Mayor? That is your prerogative.
Dale came up first. Let's go with him.
Okay.
Hi, actually, this is Margaret Byrne. We're sharing a line. Hi. So, hello, my name is Margaret Byrne, and my husband Dale and I started Carmel Cares back in 2018 as a way to keep Carmel the beautiful, safe, and inviting place it should always be and will always be with our help. As Secretary and Treasurer of Carmel Cares, I wanted to speak about the city participating in funding necessary improvements along the scenic pathway. Carmel Cares is a 501c3, and we are excited to use this position to help out, not only now, during this crisis time, but also to build on this movement of community engagement into the future. For the Scenic Pathway project to date, Carmel Cares has received over $20,000 in donations and logged over 2,000 volunteer hours. Locals and visitors alike understand and appreciate this is a very special place, and we are happy we can help. But we also understand that in a public-private partnership, there needs to be skin in the game on both sides. Mr. Mayor and council members, please help us to help you by finding dollars in our city's budget to support the community's efforts to continue to improve on one of our most valuable assets, Scenic Pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Richard Kreitman here. I wanted to speak up for our sidewalks again, but this time I have it down to just a couple of sentences. So our sidewalks are deteriorating at an accelerating rate, and obviously the city does not have the money to address the situation. So it leaves us with only two alternatives. One, we let them continue to deteriorate and accept the increase in trips, falls, injuries, legitimate claims and lawsuits, and the deterioration of our village's quality and character, or we find someone else to pay for it. And I would recommend that would be our downtown commercial property owners, who are already specified in city code as responsible for the sidewalks in front of their buildings. And they are a well-heeled group. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next speaker.
Shirley. Shirley.
Jan Reimer.
Shirley. Looks like she might be having problems.
Can you hear me now?
There you go, Shirley.
Yeah, I had trouble unmuting.
Yep, there you go.
I'm Shirley Moon, lead volunteer for the Scenic Pathway Restoration Project. It is critical that the city dedicate adequate resources for the Scenic Pathway, both as a capital improvement program and to budget for long-term maintenance. This is not just some static asset for the city. It is a revenue generator by the draw of visitors to our community. It is time to properly invest in this extraordinary asset to enhance the returns. Over the past 8 months, I have learned that this coastal pathway is so much more than just a place to walk. I am here to be the voice of the many who have enlightened me. I am the voice of the volunteers who show up week after week because they know how important Scenic Pathway is to the health of our community and to the health of those who visit it. I am the voice of the property owners who have trusted us with their money and have taken the time to write personal thank you notes to encourage us to continue the work they have been delighted to see. I am the voice of the couple from Palo Alto who spontaneously handed me $20 on the pathway to show their appreciation and amazement of the condition of the pathway. I am the voice of the citizens of Carmel who constantly ask me, why isn't the city doing this? I am the voice of the young man lying on a gurney at the back of a van with the panel doors wide open, who can now enjoy the view from the handicapped parking space. I am the voice of the couple who come to the pathway to watch the sunset and don't have to sidestep dog poo or sit on a bench with cigarette butts and litter at their feet. I am the voice of the young woman who rolled her walker up to my toes and said that she had been looking for me so that she could tell me how much our work on the pathway has changed her life. Since her legs are getting weaker and weaker, she is no longer able to walk on the beach, but the improved pathway has allowed her to still be near the ocean. I am the voice of the lady who graduated from Sunset School 70 years ago and stopped every volunteer she saw as she walked on the pathway last week to say that she has never seen the pathway more beautiful. I am the voice of the couple who are so grateful for the work we are doing that they bring us donuts to cheer us on. And finally, I am the voice of the out-of-town visitor walking on the pathway who thanked me for our work and then asked, "Does your community know how sacred this place is?" Well, do we? Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Next speaker.
Jan Reimers.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm pleased to follow Shirley's comments because mine are having to do with just the other side of Ocean Avenue and the North Dunes. And I want to compliment you all on the agenda you had tonight. It was really impressive to see you get through all of it. And it's the first meeting I've listened to since I was no longer having a word in the issues. But I do want to also compliment the staff in regard to the North Dunes. My concern about the funding from Mrs. Overett is that it doesn't identify that it is going to continue to be for the benefit of the North Dunes. We've made tremendous progress in improving the dunes and getting it back to what it could have been or what it was when the citizens purchased it so many years ago. And they purchased it not to do anything but to keep it as pristine as it once was. We know that was changed. We know that in 2009, a report was made to begin to restore it to its original beauty. We know that that has happened to a big extent, but there's still so much more to happen and so much more that needs to be done. Partly the concern is the acorns from the trees that were planted, that were not natural, that were planted, and that they will be sprouting. And we can't stand back and allow the dunes to now reforest itself. So that is one of the ways that the money from Mrs. Overett can certainly be handled and be used. We need to concentrate on the fact that this is a very important environmental habitat. And the money that's going to, as it says in the report, to the Public Works Department suggests that it's going partly for environmental controls. But we know there's a long list of those kinds of considerations on your agenda already. So the money that is in the budget now for Mrs. Overett needs to be clearly identified to be used for the dunes. And it needs to be clearly identified to continue the 2009 report that was written and that was designated to be able to restore the dunes. I've been in a position, and I think others have felt the same way, that we're apologizing for wanting to restore the dunes, and that should not be the case. We should not, in any of the community members, apologize for wanting to bring a pristine area back to what it was when, I think you've been sent a picture, in fact, from one of our locals, of what the dunes were when the citizens in Carmel, the Bohemians, if you will, purchased it from the Devendorf property so that they could keep it in a pristine way. And that work is still in progress. And I have full confidence that our staff is able to carry it out, but it has to be designated and they have to be given the right and the privilege to continue to restore the dunes. I did give you a suggestion that we could harvest the little saplings and plant them elsewhere where a forest is appropriate to be planted, maybe even plant it where the forests have been ravaged by fires. But we do not need to plant trees in the sand, and nor do we need to allow them to continue. It is not their natural habitat. And I feel a little bit like this is Cinderella. Cinderella is the stepsister, sadly. And the North Dunes are kind of the stepsister, if you will. And we don't have a big group of people because some of the ones who knew it are no longer with us when they realize it as children. But let's not let Cinderella, let's let Cinderella find her pumpkin, find her prince, and flourish. And that can only be done if we have the support of all of you. And if we recognize the importance of this beautiful habitat. And if you can go out on a day when the sun is shining, occasionally it does here, and see that it looks like powdered sugar. The sand is so remarkably white and fluffy and fresh. So let's work to keep the sand white, the dunes special, and I'll do whatever I can if it means potting some of the saplings, and if they can be planted where the forests were ravaged by fire, be absolutely fantastic. But mostly, please do not take the money away that's already been designated for the North Dunes. The job is not over, not at all. So please stay with it. Thank you very much. And thank you for all that you do. You had a huge agenda today, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Good to see you again.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Nice to see you all.
Yeah. Next
Can you
speaker.
hear me, Mayor? This is Britt. Were you able to hear me?
What were you saying?
Okay, you didn't hear me. I had her time went off. I don't understand why it wasn't working. So I was concerned that I was.
We've allowed some artistic license tonight, so.
Got it. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? I don't
I'll
hear any.
speak now.
You'd be Dale Byrne going now as Margaret Burns?
No, this is actually Dale Byrne going as myself.
Oh my gosh.
For Carmel
okay.
Care.
Good.
I'm speaking
Have at
as
it.
Carmel Care. I have to say that we were surprised to see that up until a few days ago, not $1 had been allocated to the scenic pathway for the coming year, and it turns out for any year for that matter. We believe that needs to be rectified, and we believe that now is the time to allocate funds to the renovation of perhaps the city's most valuable asset. Now is also the opportunity to take advantage of Carmel Cares. With our proven track record of performance in our public-private partnership with the City of Carmel, there has never been a better time to invest in the scenic pathway. The city could stop spending money assessing the problems of the shoreline and start working actively with Carmel Cares to solve them. We have more than enough plans at hand to know what needs to be done and the relationship with Public Works and the Planning Department to do it in the proper way with the proper approvals. Our volunteers know every square inch of the pathway at this point. We even do surveys of the status of the trash containers multiple times a day and are working with the city to help guarantee that the pathway remains trash-free. This level of attention shows quick results that are clearly visible to the public. It brings back people sooner, it inspires them to tell their friends, and we make the pathway safer to help reduce the city's potential liability. We know this because they tell us. We feel the city needs to do its share in the cost of maintaining and improving this asset both now and in the future. We're asking you to let us continue to do our part in renovating the scenic pathway by implementing the previously approved hall landscape design and allocating a minimum of $100,000 in CIP funds. Lumber prices have gone up in some cases 250% since then. With at least an awareness that we will need at least $50,000 for each of the following 4 years to keep making progress. With this money allocated, we will also continue to raise significant funds more than we have in the past, privately, and contribute thousands of volunteer hours to guarantee successful execution of these improvements. In addition, if you want a larger infrastructure project to make a splash, look no further than the 5 rickety stairways that were built as temporary solutions 33 years ago by one of our volunteers, and seawalls and riprap rocks that are in need of maintenance now and are most likely going to be impacted by climate change when Jeff finishes his project. We believe strongly that equitable beach access will be a huge draw for large grants and infrastructure dollars in the coming years. Thank you to our incredible donors and volunteers, our great partners in Public Works, and to the council for allowing us to present our case tonight.
Thank you, Dale. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Britt, what do you think?
I don't see any other hands up at this time.
All righty, well, I'll close the public comment period. Thank you for your testimony. Bring it back to council for comments and direction. Council members? I guess I might kick it off here a little bit with Couple of comments. One about to Karen, your concerns about the investment in digitizing our files. I think it's a very important thing to do, especially from an efficiency standpoint. The more we can do to get staff to actually concentrate on their own daily tasks and make their jobs easier. My experience has been that if I can go into an office and access the files without help, if I can do it remotely, it's fantastic. So I think actually, Brandon, you had a lot of experience with that over at the county level. Not exactly the hallmark of efficiency over there, but as far as reducing public impact or a contact, it really made a difference. And I do think it'll make a difference in the city of Carmel. To the fact that we seem to have ignored anything that has to do with scenic pathway, I don't think that's the case. I'm sorry to hear that the allegations tonight are somehow we're irresponsible or negligent in our responsibilities as being partners with Carmel Cares. I consider ourselves to be fiscally conscious about the entire city. And when we had to cut all capital improvements projects last year, that was very, very painful. The $250,000 that we had allocated was put on hold. And so to say that Carmel Cares is coming forward and picking up the city's burden, we only did that because we thought we were going to be partners there, that we actually thought we were all working together. So to hear that somehow we're being accused of being negligent in the maintenance of the pathway, well, I was proud to have stand up and say Carmel Cares. Shirley, you and I met one day on the pathway ourselves, had a great conversation. I was very appreciative of the work you were doing. I didn't expect to have any allegations of that we were being negligent in our responsibilities of taking care of the pathway. So I hope that there's not the tenor that we're portraying to the public these days. The city of Carmel-by-the-Sea does not care about scenic pathway. We more than care. But unfortunately, we didn't have the resources this year. I'm so glad you guys were able to step forward and provide those services. So I'm happy to put that higher on our priority. I do think we've got money, and I'd like to see money allocated for that now. To the North Dunes, Jan, I agree with you. The override money should be spent there. It's what it was dedicated for, and I was confident that that's where it was going to stay. I think the staff report could have been a little more adamant on that fact, but the fact of the matter is I don't think there was any deliberate intent to misappropriate those funds. And then just to the budget on this whole, these are difficult times for us, honestly. I said it before, I've been through a few budget cycles before. Cutting what we did last year was the most draconian cuts I've ever made. Now we're so fortunate to be able to have monies that we can allocate for projects. We're in a very fortunate position, unlike our other surrounding jurisdictions, who may certainly have monies that they've got from the federal government. That's one-time monies. We've got a budget where we may actually have ongoing revenues in the black. That's very refreshing in these economic age, especially when we have really no idea what the future looks like. The lights are on. Are they going to stay on? Are they going to get turned off again? Are they going to get dimmed? Are they going to be variants coming in with the virus? We don't know. But I do think we've got an opportunity to reinvest in this community. We were short last year. We could not invest, but now's the time. I look forward to your comments from my colleagues, but I do want to be crystal clear. In no way has this council ever turned its back on our responsibilities as stewards of this community. All right, well, that's soliloquy. Guys, anybody want to have anything else to say?
That's well said, Mayor.
Well, under direction, I would say that we've got the 10, we've got the 50. Okay, Jeff, yes.
Thank you. I have some comments. So thank you, Dave, for your comments about fiscal responsibility and all that. It's appreciated. You speak for all of us. I'm sure. What I see is when I look at page 149 of the budget, I see a $2.6 million surplus coming out of the current year. And so I've been sort of keeping track as we've gone through the night, and we used $232,000 for this year's projects. And we used $160,000 or something less than $160,000 for the employees for last year. And that leaves us with $2.2 million. Given that we, according to Chip, according to staff, we spent $140,000 on our CIP last year. I think we have some room to do what staff has recommended, which is the $1.344 million projects, and add to that list, using as a backstop the fact that we didn't, we have this money that we effectively saved, and we didn't spend any money on the CIP last year. A lot of the projects that I would propose that I'm thinking about are the kinds of projects that would have been done last year, but we neglected to do. There's the $150,000 for the sea level rise study that the climate change committee needs to understand what the actual rising sea level is going to do to the revetments and the stand slope that we talked about last month. There's the $150,000 for the oil well and Mission Trail Nature Preserve that, you know, seems to just always be on the 5-year plan, as Chip pointed out. And it's always stuck between years 2 and 5, and it never seems to make it to year 1, which is frankly, apparently the only year that matters. And I would like to, you know, I think we should consider doing that. There's the scenic pathway. There are these health and safety issues that were identified by the Schonman report. The landing that I've talked about at 10th, the landing at 8th, I'm sorry, the pathway at 10th. I think there are a couple of other issues too. I know that Bob and his staff have been diligent at fixing the stairs, you know, the breakaway stairs. And to a comment I think we heard in public comment about the stairs. One thing I remember from, I'm sure Karen will agree with me from my time, is that those wooden staircases were basically at some point meant to sort of disengage and be destroyed at the bottom. And we saw that a couple of years ago when a couple of the bottom sections of the stairs broke away. And they do that by the design so that the whole staircase doesn't collapse. So I think they're good designs. I think Bob has done a good job of repairing those stairs, but there's some work that can't be done. And I would ask staff to sort of come back with a list, and maybe we can allocate some money towards those projects this year. You know, I think that would be a good way of showing the city's interest in the scenic pathway, even if we're not going to start at the $250,000 or $750,000 remodel. At least we could do some of these things that, you know, I walk across that bump at 10th Avenue every single day. I walk across that bump, and every single day I look at it and wonder when I'm gonna catch my shoe on it. And finally, there's this project I mentioned last month, and I know I got a bunch of eye rolls about it. There's the police station project, and you know, this project is definitely not on the top of sexy projects to do. It's, you know, pretty much at the bottom of the sexy project list. But we have a whole list of infrastructure in town that is just falling down, and we need to start taking care of it. You know, when I look at the files in City Hall, I wonder how many more people we could get into planning and not have to build another building for those people if we just got those files out. If we spent $140,000 and digitized the files and moved the files to use self-serve store, you know, in some other community out at the airport, instead of storing a car there, we can store all of our files. And so we need to start taking care of our buildings. And that police station, you know, I remember 5 years ago when the police station battle was going on, or 4 years ago or 3 years ago, and it got bigger and bigger, and it aroused such antipathy in the community. And, you know, I was a part of that, and I didn't want to spend $3 million on the police station. And I spoke up at council meetings about it. But, you know, Chip asked, and I talked to Chip about this last night when I called him, and we talked about this for a few minutes. This is a project that needs to get done, and it's only going to get worse. You know, and we need to, I think as a group, I would like it if the council figured out how to do it. Either if we allocated the million and, you know, the $1.4 million this year, or we, you know, set aside specifically $700,000 this year and $700,000 next year. But I think we need to, I would like to see us advance the police station to the front and figure out, you know, I know I'm not sure it's as important as everything else, or as the projects I mentioned, or the $1.3 million worth of projects that staff has identified, and I agree with, are probably more important. But we need to, I think it's critically important that we do this, that we need to get this project off of our list so that we can basically move on to the next project. We can make progress on dealing with the city's property that seems to be sort of falling into disrepair. So those are my priorities. Thank you.
Jeff, I appreciate that. And let's remember tonight, we're not actually going to have definitive debate about these and pick out which we want tonight. We're giving direction to staff to drill down into these items further so we can have more definitive discussion about it down the road. So we're kind of picking individual priorities and preferences. Then we'll ask staff to come back with more detailed discussion at the next meeting. Carrie?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the staff bringing forth these 15 projects, and some of them are more hefty than others. The one project I'm having problems with is the Devendorf Park Plaza. I'm kind of with Jeff. We need to get the police station going before we do another big project. So I'm a little reticent on that project. I agree we need to allocate money to the scenic pathway. The issue about the sea level rise study is the fact that if we don't start planning how we're going to protect our sea bluffs, our beach, it's going to probably, be underwater, especially the south part of it, before we can protect it. So that's more of a long-term planning project. I know it's hard to take. I've been on the council for quite a while. I would love to get the Mission Trail tank done. I'm tired of kicking that one down the road. I like the list they've come up with, and I appreciate that we can get some of this done. I think our discussion about how we're going to get some of this funding is going to be part of the next topic. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Karen, your thoughts?
Yes, I would like to think about the scenic pathway improvements in a little bit different way. Jeff and I were on the committee with Scott Hall to look at it. And what we found as we did our walkthrough is that it started out as it was just going to be a little beautification project. Throw a few plants in here and there, make it look better. Well, we found out the sprinkler system didn't work. And not only did it not work, the wires were cut when they put in the storm sewer system or something bad about it. We had trip and fall sprinklers everywhere. We have that big area that Jeff has talked about with the tree that bumps things up. It's truly not an ADA qualified pathway. I remember Marge Adams trying to push her walker through huge mud puddles a few years ago before she passed away, and thinking this hardscape really needs to be fixed first before we put in plants. It didn't make much sense to put in beautification and then go in to correct the DG problems, correct the bumped up pavement part. We don't even really have, I think, legal handicap parking down there. So there are some serious issues, and I'd like to see that area looked at as a whole and a plan that makes sense, a plan that time-wise makes sense, taking into consideration what is found in the sea level rise, certainly, and then also correcting some of the stairwell safety issues. Starting from a place where you might have started when the pathway was installed originally. They didn't start with plants. They started with hardscape. They started with installing the pathway itself, and then probably came the sprinklers, and probably after that the barriers. And we found also that the barriers might not have been placed in the right place because you could trample on the plants. Maybe the barriers needed to be in front of the plants. So there are definitely some things that down there need to be done, but I think it needs to have money put towards coming up with the proper plan for where to start, what to fix first with safety and health in mind, and then proceed so that we're not destroying things that we put in. That said, I think you've convinced me about these digital records. That does sound not quite so daunting since you say it can be done. I just pictured trying to run these things through some sort of machine and it taking years and years and years. We obviously have to do the drainage system repairs. Those top 15, we pretty much need to do most of those. The 6th Avenue Devendorf Plaza. Well, it's an exciting project, and I really would love to do it if we had all the money in the world. I really think with what's going on downtown with parking, with traffic, with people trying to cross the street in places and getting stuck in the middle, I think we have lots of issues downtown that need to be looked at as a whole. We could come up with lots of places for people to sit on a bench, gather, enjoy. That, you know, if we looked beyond the traffic circulation that we have now, if we looked at the whole downtown commercial area in a master plan, and then that plaza might make sense. So if we took the big bird's eye view of downtown and said, what really is going to improve the whole downtown? I'm sure it will come up later as possibly part of that. But I'm not sure charging ahead with that right now would be the best thing. I do like the thought that whatever we come up for the Biden stimulus money is something that all of us residents can really, really enjoy. So that should be something pretty wonderful. And maybe it will be the scenic pathway thing. Certainly the North Dunes money should stay in the North Dunes. I think that was just a mistake in how it might have been worded. I don't quite understand where the Scout House renovation is going anyway, so it'd be nice to know why we're doing something. Maybe you've talked about that in the past and I just missed it. We definitely should be doing the work that it's going to take to secure that captive grant that we already have in our pocket, so to speak. And I do think there will be grant money available for some of the opportunities down at Scenic and in other parts of our city with relationship to the climate change once we get all the needs that out through that climate change and adaptation process. I think that, possibly we might even want to add at sometime in the future a grant writer when we get all of our projects in order, someone that would help us find those funds. But yes, there's a lot to do. It's exciting that we actually can do some of them. We could be in a different situation tonight. We could be facing a second year of not doing anything, and that would be heartbreaking. So yeah, I think that Bob's put together a good list. I think he should definitely add some things for Scenic Pathway, but I'd like to see it be an overall project that starts where it should start and then progresses from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Well said. Bobby, any closing comments?
Yeah, of course I do. You gotta go. So, of course, it's a great list, and I appreciate all the work that went into this. Yeah, there's some items on here that I would like to see probably drop off. There's some things that I would like to see added. The Scenic Pathway is definitely one of them. I think what Shirley Moon said was quite moving. It's true. There is a lot of people that walk there and appreciate that path, and I would like to take better care of it. But I'm looking at this thinking, well, let's just say we have a $24 million revenue stream annually. Is that correct, Chip? I think you're going to nod. So that's what we have. We have an incredible CalPERS debt. We have staff that we need to bring staff back on. How much do we want to put into savings? Where is our budget item for savings? Do we want $2 million in savings? Do we want $10 million in savings? People say, often they say you need 6 months of revenue in your savings account. Is this council want 2 months? what do we want to do? Well, we want to do all these projects, or most of them anyway, but how? How do we do that? And where do we want our savings to land? I'm probably a little bit more conservative than most, and I want, I would like a $10 million savings plan. And so it's really tough for me to say, yeah, just let's spend it, let's bring it on. It's really tough for me to do that, so I struggle. I would love to hear what other people think about what would make them content or feel safe. What savings amount would make them feel safe, and how much would they like to dedicate to CalPERS? Because they're scary for me, and it's really hard for me just to take on new projects. However, I want to see, of course, I want to see the scenic pathway done and all of these projects. But the one I can say that I'm not excited about is the police station. I talked to Chief Tomasi today about it. And again, he just doesn't need that major build out. He needs that dispatch center. And I've wanted to move forward with that dispatch center for years. We just can't seem to do it. And also, I did talk to Mark Watson over at the Coastal Commission, and there is definitely grants. If we need to do a sea level rise, there are grants out there for that. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Bobby. So, Chip, I guess you've probably got the most indecisive direction you could possibly need. No, I'm being facetious. I think we've had good discussion tonight, honestly. I do think Bobby does bring up a good point. We cannot go ahead and just look at the capital improvement committee, improvement projects alone without marrying in the CalPERS commitment that we all had a discussion about earlier. That's critical to the fiscal well-being of the city. So, Chip, do you want to just guide yourself out of here?
Yes, sir. Thank you. At the bio break, Sharon popped in, and we talked about an idea for the pension liability that we'll present to you. Again, you'll hear about the operating budget at your May meetings, so you'll get a sense for where we are with that. My recommendation for tonight is that that we send the entire list of all the projects, including a couple of, including the new project, which I would put under the banner of a scenic road pathway improvements, which includes the Schonman report. Not the Scott Hall report was a landscape plan, so there's no, that as Councilmember Polito was saying, but the Schonman plan had some structural issues that we needed to deal with and some monitoring. But we send the whole package to the Planning Commission, Mr. Mayor, for a consistency analysis. And all they're doing again is, I mean, it's significant, but they're going to write back and say, this project is consistent with the general plan. This project needs an initial study before we proceed. So we'll have again a menu that I think will help make your decisions when we come back and we look at everything kind of comprehensively. So again, there was nothing for this item on the agenda for approval tonight, but again, it would be sending projects to the Planning Commission. And my recommendation is we'd be a little bit more liberal based on the discussion and send more to them than you will probably eventually fund next fiscal year. But again, at least you'll have the Planning Commission's perspective on CEQA review, if necessary, as well as general plan consistency.
Yeah, I agree. And then one of the other things I think we need to remember is that government very seldom finds new revenues. The next topic we're going to be discussing does deal with possible new revenues. Yeah. I'd suggest that those people who have been naysayers in the past step forward and say, okay, we understand that you can't do more with less. We're constantly being asked as government to do more with less. Now is the time for us to come forward as a community and say, all right, we understand you're handcuffed, that you can't go out and make new money. We're not like the federal government. We can't print new money. It'd be nice if we could, but I wouldn't want to take on that irresponsible approach to funding government anyway. But I do appreciate everybody's comments tonight. I do just want to say that any implication that this council does not care about this city or its citizens or its environment or its infrastructure is sadly mistaken. I look forward to continuing our partnership with Carmel Cares. We both definitely, I think they're a great organization, but please remember, we're all in this together. We all came into this situation very unknowing of what the future was going to be. We're so fortunate to be here in the fiscal condition we are now. I credit this council with that. I commend the community for saying we understand these are tough times. So please, we can get ourselves out of this and we can move forward. So moving on then to the next item, we're going to go ahead and discuss the possibilities of a much cussed and discussed report on paid parking in Carmel-by-the-Sea.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, real quickly again, no decision from you tonight. Brandon, boy, he's been here for, I don't know, 8 weeks or something, 10 weeks, and he drew the short straw on this one, and he inherited paid parking. I'm sure Chief Tomasi's at home snickering a little bit, but in all seriousness, Chief Tomasi and Brandon did write this together. The chief will be jumping in as need be, because he was the last person to lead the charge on this issue. Again, no decisions tonight. What we would like to get from you is, again, a red light, green light scenario about whether to proceed. And you'll see at the end of Brandon's presentation where he's got a couple slides that show pictures and some options for a potential paid parking scenario. And much like your last item, Mr. Mayor, I would encourage the council to think broadly and ask us to look at more rather than less. And let's start this discussion again. I think it's high time. There are a few arts in local government, one of which one is agenda management, and we did with your help, Mr. Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem Richard's help, we did put the agenda together in this format. So the last item on tonight was to look at this potential additional funding source. It's not just a funding source; it's a way to manage our parking. So with that, let's turn it over to Mr. Swanson, Mr. Mayor, and we'll go from there, sir.
Brandon, welcome. I just hope we're not pulling a scab off an old wound. I'd like to look at this as a possible opportunity to move forward. So, Brandon, good luck.
Thank you very much. Chip said, hey, new guy, I've got a project that's really simple and completely non-controversial I'd like you to work on. And that brings us to the report on paid parking in Carmel-by-the-Sea. So just a quick overview for you. The paid parking, as Chip mentioned, has been explored previously. There's multiple studies actually dating back all the way to the 50s on this topic. There's been various attempted programs. Most recently, it was 2002 and 2004, which both employed a company called Walker Parking to prepare some studies. Of course, we all know there's potential benefits for the city, the revenues, and controlling parking issue, which is something people don't often equate with paid parking, but there is studies to prove that paid parking does help with parking issues and traffic issues as well. And so it is beneficial to revisit this topic from time to time to explore the merits, given the fact that technology changes, needs change, and the environment around parking changes. So that's where we're at now. So as Chip mentioned, we're seeking a yes or no direction at this point, just on whether or not to further pursue the paid parking program and maybe what that might look like, what that analysis would look like. No decisions are being made this evening. So just running you back through the history, in 2002, the program was attempted in the business district or the commercial district. It was installing meters at 50 cents per 30 minutes. There was also some paid parking for employees and residential parking passes. At the time, it was estimated that in the commercial district, that would generate about $1.5 million in net revenues if it was fully implemented. There were 2 streets installed with meters. However, it did meet some pretty stiff community opposition, and ultimately the meters were removed and the program was ended. Then again, in 2014, similar type of situation, however, was attempted slightly differently. It was paid parking on Ocean Avenue only. There was quite a bit of public outreach and stakeholder work done. Essentially what came out of that was there was 10 blocks on Ocean that were installed with 1 central meter on each one. So it served the entire block, and we actually had a concierge service that would go around and help people understand how to use those meters. It should be noted that program was in place for about 6 months and generated about $650,000. There was additional free parking that was created that came out of the Walker study that, if you're going to put paid parking in the downtown central area, there should be some additional free parking for employees and others. So there was some new free areas surrounding the business district, and then also removal of paid parking at the Sunset Center. That actually used to be a paid parking lot. And that generated about $160,000 annually. Again, this met pretty heavy community opposition. The meters were removed, the program was ended. However, the Sunset Center paid parking was not put back into place. So that went away and never came back. So currently the existing conditions we have to deal with is that there's free parking everywhere in the city except for the tour buses behind the plaza. And we have two sort of high traffic transient areas where we see most of our visitors. Obviously, it's the commercial area. And you can see all the numbers, how those line out, about 1,100 spaces total. And then the beach access area, which is about 250 spaces. And so I've lined out where those are. I don't need to go into those details because everyone can see that. Obviously, there's some benefits and challenges to a program like this. The potential benefits, without a doubt, has to come first with the potential financial benefits. We just got done with our budgetary talk, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we don't have enough money to do it all. So this is a potential benefit. It also does, as I mentioned, ease parking related congestion and availability issues. The potential benefit from a financial standpoint depends on how big the program is. You can create a program that's small in scope and ratchet it up, and the more you ratchet it up, the more potential financial benefit there is. Obviously, the challenges, we know just from our history, there's a lot of potential for community opposition. Of course, there's always ways to try to do it differently, change people's perspective on things. And so there may be ways to alleviate that, but we do know that exists. There's also several potential regulatory issues. As a coastal community, we have a local coastal program where we have to think about consistency with our general plan and our zoning code, which are all part of that local coastal program. And then obviously working with the Coastal Commission to get those certified ultimately if we do make any changes. And then lastly, the implementation and execution of a parking program that changes over time. Old school, you've got coins, you've got analog. Now we have digital, and which is actually a potential benefit or opportunity as well, because now with digital and technology, you don't have to have as many physical meters. You can use things like smartphones and things like that. So there's room for exploration in those challenges as well. So here we are with options. So our next step really is seeking direction from the council, as I mentioned. The big question is, should a program be further explored, yes or no? And we'll come back to the council at a future date with a more refined presentation. There's really 4 options that staff has tonight for you, but that 4th option could be a multitude of other ones. So it's both of the commercial and beach access areas, the commercial area only, the beach area only, or others as directed. So what I'll do next is just run briefly through those options for you. Option 1 is the commercial and beach areas. So this clearly would be the most complex and controversial. This is essentially all of the high traffic transient areas in the city. You can see on the map there that I prepared, it's the commercial district in red, the general commercial district, that's about the 1,143 spaces. And then there's the beach access area, which goes pretty much the entire length of our beach frontage. And so you can see how it's broken up there. This obviously has the highest potential for fiscal benefits and parking management control, but also has the highest probability of opposition because we are essentially putting it over the entire town. Option 2 is the commercial only district. You can see we have a lot to build from with the previous Walker reports. It's the largest chunk of parking that we have. There are fewer regulatory issues to deal with relative to beach access in our LCP. The Coastal Commission is still going to be involved, but there's fewer challenges from that perspective. It does have very strong opposition from the past. We're very aware of that. So we have to work hard to get the community support. Option 3 would be the beach only. The benefit here is that we're focused in a really small controllable area, still with a lot of high transient use. So you might have a high bang for your buck there. It is broken into 3 discrete areas, which is beneficial when you're dealing with LCP consistency, because there is language in there about maintaining some level of free parking down for beach access. And so you can create that through this because there are 3 discrete areas. As I mentioned, the regulatory challenges, those are the policy areas in our general plan and our zoning code that mention parking or at least some sort of access to the coast. Staff did have a preliminary discussion with Coastal Commission staff, Mike Watson, coming into this just to give the commission a bit of a flavor. The initial take from staff at the staff level, again, he hasn't talked to his management, the Dan Carls of the world, but their take on it at the early setback is that any money is generated, or the majority of the money is generated by a program in this region would have to be earmarked in some way for coastal beach overlay area improvements. So we would want to work that out with them just to agree what that portion is and what that might look like. So there are other local jurisdictions just around us on either side that are exploring this or have implemented this. Obviously, we know Monterey has a lot of coastal access parking, and Pacific Grove is beginning to investigate this. They're about as far down the road as we are at this point. They're making the same determination on their end if they want to go down this road. So I imagine they may be looking to us as a bit of a leader in this. And so that takes me to option number 4, which is the multitude of options. The council could choose to explore other options, which could be modified versions of any of the ones I just showed you. So an example of that could be Ocean Avenue only in the commercial area and some of the beach parking, whatever the council decides. You could also direct staff to look into resuming paid parking at Sunset Center, essentially just turning that switch back on. Creating paid parking at Vista Lobos, turning a switch on there, or anything else that the council might want to consider. So that takes me to the direction, really what we're here for. The big question of the evening is, should staff further pursue a paid parking program? That's the first question. And the second question, if yes, is which option? And so with that, council, I'll leave you with that, and I'm available for questions. And Chief Tomasi is available as well for history, because he has much more history on this than I do. So between the two of us, we're happy to answer whatever we can.
Brandon, I appreciate that presentation. Very concise, very accurate. I would say, though, that I'd hate to see us limited to just those 4 options that are up there. It does seem to me there's some other options out there. So I think really the question before us tonight is, do we want to open up this, I said wound, but this discussion, unfortunately. And is it going to be worth our time and the expenditure of political capital, given the failure rate that's been out there to date? I do believe that it is actually of value, but I'm starting to opine. So we'll go to questions first, and we'll open up to the public. Questions, guys? Carrie?
Thanks, Brandon, for the historical perspective here. Can you please go into how fast we could implement the commercial paid parking versus beach paid parking based on the Coastal Commission? So if the council wants to pursue paid parking, could we go ahead and start at the beach, or do we have to start at the commercial? Because that's part of what's out there in terms of what we can or cannot do.
I will take a first swing at that. Then I might ask Chief Tomasi to weigh in, because he was here when there was a program that actually was implemented in the commercial area. But with respect to the coastal zone, I think where you're going with that, and you're correct, is that implementing something down the coastal zone will take a little bit longer because there may be the need for amending our LCP and things like that, and working with the Coastal Commission. So not only will that time of the back and forth to make sure we have something that's consistent in their eyes, but then ultimately maybe even needing to get that certified by the Coastal Commission themselves, which does take some time. So the beach overlay zone would take longer than the commercial district. I don't see that they have to be timed one way or the other. I think the council can direct us to go, commercial first and then work on beach in the background, or vice versa. They are, we can take them in any order we choose. Chief Tomasi, maybe you could speak a little bit to how long it took to stand up the 10 meters previously.
Thanks. Can you see me? I can't
Yeah,
see myself. Yep. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I did have the pleasure of working with the last 2 chiefs who tried to implement the paid parking. So I have a lot of files, a lot of records, and I was here for the last one in 2014. It took us about 18 months to get the paid parking installed. And that was the result of a lot of planning, research, having Walker come back in and do a couple studies for us, and then doing a lot of community outreach, a lot of workshops and programs to try to educate the community on what we were trying to accomplish. We ended up, after 18 months, getting the meters put in, and they were taken down after 6 months. So it was a 2-year project that we did then. You want to know how long it'll take to do it again?
No,
a lot of numbers.
No, you and I were both part of that project. So I have an idea, depending on what type of technology we decide on. So it's just a matter of getting over the Coastal Commission threshold there, I think is a concern. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, one of the benefits we have with Brandon coming in is his connections with the Coastal Commission. And a discussion we had after the last parking program was to consider looking at Del Mar as an opportunity, a potential opportunity. So that's where that discussion started a few years ago.
Chip, are you trying to say something?
Yes, sir. Chief, I have a question. Do you think that based on our past experience or experiments with this, that timeline could be compressed? I mean, I know that the education and outreach is something we shouldn't and we probably can't compress, but are there other aspects that you would think that it would be something less than 18 months to get it something stood up if the council directs as such?
If we got the go ahead, I don't believe we need to do a Walker study again. All that data is still pretty valid. Obviously, our downtown hasn't changed significantly. The traffic patterns haven't changed. The counts haven't changed. I think we can go off that existing report and we could move this a lot faster. I wouldn't see it taking 18 months. We could do it a lot quicker.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Karen.
Brandon, could you talk a little bit more about how the paid parking program could help actually direct people? You mentioned that in one place, how that would actually influence where people went and parked.
Sure. Yeah, I'll speak to that a little bit, and then the chief might be able to add some of the expertise to it as well. To be honest with you, I'm still not a paid parking expert, but it was very interesting reading the Walker studies and learning about how paid parking. I was a little bit surprised to read that paid parking can help with congestion and making sure that there's the parking spaces available where you need them and when you need them. One of the concepts is, if you think about employees and operators who get there first thing in the morning, if parking is free everywhere, those are the spaces that are going to get taken up. So you have spaces taken up by folks that are working in a business all day long, and the people that want to come and actually visit those businesses, they have to go park outside of that area, and it's more difficult for them to get there. So it does create some parking opportunities right next to the businesses that people actually want to visit. And because you wouldn't have people searching all over for places to park, it also cuts back on that congestion. You get a car in, it goes straight where it wants to go. It's not circling around, making crazy U-turns and stopping in the middle of the street trying to find parking. So it's a little bit counterintuitive that, paid parking can somehow help with traffic and get people to locations where they want to be faster. But that was my takeaway from the Walker studies. And Chief, if you want to add to that, I'm sure you have a lot more expertise on this than I do.
Thanks, Brendan. I now see myself on the screen. I'm not sunburnt. It's just the lighting. So, the Walker study, what it showed is that the situation we have right now is people do park there for longer than 2 hours. They park all day. We do have people who just move their cars around, obviously, when they know the parking attendants are coming around. And with Walker, they said when we put the meters in, it creates movement. So people will stay for their 2 hours or an hour, and then they'll move to a new space. And that reduces the amount of traffic having to circle around the blocks looking for spots. We also, even back in 2014, which doesn't seem that long ago, we had access to an app that people could have on their smartphone, which would actually let them know where vacant spots were in town. So it would direct them directly to that spot. So you just didn't have people driving around, because a lot of our traffic that we're seeing on busy weekends is people just driving around looking for a parking space. And by installing meters, it creates movement, open spaces, and gets a lot of that congestion down.
And if I could add to that, I think one of the things that the Walker study recommended in the 2014 version of this, and the reason that the Sunset Center parking went away, was you could use that area for free parking for employees, because it's still important to make sure that employees have a place to park. We're not saying that they shouldn't be parking anywhere, but those are long-term parkers. The Sunset Center North Lot is pretty close proximity to the commercial district. So it's not an unthinkable walk to go from North Lot to the downtown area. So there's ways in a program where you can, set that aside for a specific type of free parking use, whether it's employees or whatever. But that's kind of what the Walker study was getting to with that concept.
Okay, any other questions before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this item tonight?
This is a reminder, if you want to speak and you are attending the meeting by phone, *6 will unmute your device. I do have a couple of hands. It looks like Richard Kreitman was first.
Richard.
Hi, it's me again. So back in the day, I did a lot of work on this. And one of the things was I contacted Streetline Design, the company that provides the technology and the management of San Francisco's parking system within pavement sensors that tell you when a space is occupied or unoccupied. And had discussions with them, and they were looking for a Northern California city to do a pilot with in cooperation with Citigroup and BMW. And they wanted to speak. The senior vice president wanted their president to come down and talk to us. But at the time, our young mayor and the besieged city administrator did not have the bandwidth to deal with this. And I hope maybe our current mayor, as youthful as he is, and city administrator might be able to. So they were willing to give us provide 1,000 sensors and infrastructure for 10 years, free. I don't think that may no longer be on the table, but it'd be worthwhile to contact them again. But the technology of in-pavement sensors and their parking app, which directs people, if you come into town, directly to an empty spot, the ability to flexibly charge for those parking spaces. Just think what you would charge on Thursday of Car Week for a spot on Dolores, could be $10 an hour. And the ability to work with the citizens, residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea, to provide them with access to that. One of the things, and Chip, I don't know if you remember, you have a whole bunch of stuff I sent you about this. You could design a system where nobody gets a ticket. Even residents get their 2 or 3 hours free because they're a resident. And if they overstay their time, they just get charged. Nobody gets a ticket. Anyway, I'd love to work on this with Brandon and anyone else. Please include me. If with the least bit of encouragement, we could contact Streetline Design again and see what they're up to and what the latest technology is and what's available. Thank you.
Richard, thank you for your thoughts. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else tonight wishing to speak?
Janice?
Yes. My name is Janice Bradner, lived here for 22 years. Certainly have seen an explosion of cars in this little town of ours over those years, and have lived through the last 2 paid parking pilots. I think one of the things that concerns me is that I think all of us can tell you what the increase in traffic is for those of us who are living off of the main streets during things like the Car Week. You know, if you've ever had anybody park on your landscaping in your front yard, you know how frustrating it is. I think that maybe the previous studies didn't really take a look at the impact that putting paid parking downtown might have outside of that downtown area, or it didn't really take into account the extra hours that personnel in parking control may need to take to patrol the surrounding areas to make sure that people are behaving well. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Good. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Mayor, no one else has their hand raised at this time.
One else is awake. Close the public discussion, bring it back to council. Council, direction, comments? Carrie.
Sure, why not? It's
You
on the
started
one,
it.
yeah, it's on the one that
Yeah.
is pushed for this. So we're at a point, obviously, with the big discussion we just had about budget, where we need to find another income source. And I think COVID was a time where we saw, even though there were not people staying in the hotels, we still saw a lot of traffic in Carmel. And basically, a lot of these short-term visitors were coming, using our streets, using our restrooms, using our beach. And, you know, when you look at a short-term visitor versus a long-term overnight visitor, the overnight visitor is paying 10% TOT that's going directly to the city. They're paying sales tax when they go eat and shop. So we're losing out on the short-term visitor, and technically they could be using a lot of our resources. And that you know, in terms of fairness, that concerns me. And that's why I think we need to also take a look at paid parking, so that we have hopefully more money to do things like repair the scenic pathway and the beach. And obviously, if paid parking is going to increase our revenue for the beach, we can have other monies for other things. I want to make the point that the last paid parking study, it was working. And the reason it was working is because the employees were not, and the owners, let's just not talk about employees when we talk about downtown commercial. We need to also talk about the business owners. They were being forced to park in Sunset. And, you know, a lot of our parking issues are because people are not, that are working in downtown are parking there. So the nice thing about paid parking is not only are people forced to pay for their parking, but it does help manage and, as the chief said, allow for more options for parking. The other thing it does for the retail industry is we all know people after 2 hours, if they don't want to get in their car and look for another spot, they usually leave. So paid parking does allow for extended time that people can spend in our downtown area and hopefully spend money. The reason the last study did not go is because people could not get over the fact that we had parking kiosks and they didn't give us a chance to caramelize them or make them unique to Carmel. We're not going to, you know, so I think people need to have an open mind, and I really appreciate the mayor teeing this up this way, because we're at a point where we need to do something, and we're leaving money on the table by not having it. And technology's at the point where it is not parking meters, it is a mobile phone. So, and if we do have a couple of kiosks, it could be beautified. So I'm hoping that our residents and our business and our employees are open to working with us to make something work. And with parking technology, you could have one type of parking technology down at the beach and another type in the commercial area. So I'm hoping that we can, as a council, direct the staff to look at paid parking as the beach area and Ocean Avenue to start. And then let's keep it simple in terms of then it's easy to add on. So we definitely need the beach area. Now, to me, the beach area is defined as Del Mar. I would start there. I wouldn't start San Antonio or Scenic. I would start Del Mar. Envisioning if we had to have 2 kiosks, one at the top of Del Mar, one at the bottom of Del Mar, that's it, and then mobile. I would love for the staff to take a look at that, and then take a look at Ocean Avenue as the start of paid parking in the commercial area. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Anybody else? Bobby, did you stick your hand up?
Yes, sir. I think that with technology, it's going to be a little bit of a different ball game since we did it, in 2014. But this question is for the chief. Chief, the last person that just called asked a question, and was there in that Walker study, wasn't there a component of what it did to the surrounding areas and sort of the compression that it led to the residential area?
There is some data on what would happen to the surrounding areas and more people trying to park down where free parking and you can park all day. We still have that. If you look in our residential areas surrounding our downtown, it's free all day parking, and those are full on most days. One of the ways council dealt with that was in 2014, they allocated an additional parking officer position and a parking scooter to help with that problem. So it was addressed back then.
So yeah, could that be mitigated by more signs in the residential area that were permit parking for the residents? And so that would help alleviate that problem and force people to park.
Yeah, that's definitely an option that could be considered. They did talk about zone parking and having certain zones where people could park, and those are all options that could be considered with the next plan.
Okay. Well, thank you. I would like to investigate this further. So that's all I can
So thank you, Bobby, for bringing us back to the issue. It's do we not want to go to open this up? But Karen? Yes.
Yes, I'm very supportive of looking at this. We have so many needs. We have so many things that we want, that residents want. I think we have to look for that revenue source. And I'm so glad Carrie brought it up. There are a lot of ways to deal with the overflow into the residential area. You can have residents only parking zones. You can have, Jeff mentioned that Palo Alto has some colored zones where, you're not allowed to move within that same color zone. You have to move out of that zone if you do move your car. Now, as an employee of downtown, I saw virtually every day owners park downtown and people skating in 5 minutes before they're supposed to be at work, parking right out front, then having to run out in 2 hours to move the car. And then they can't move it very far because they're really still supposed to be in the office or the store. So they park in another place. Then 2 hours later, they have to run out and do it again. And it creates this musical chairs effect downtown and creates a lot of chaos and a lot of greenhouse gases, for that matter, just moving around, trying to not get a ticket. So I think, technology's come a long way. In San Francisco, I think you pay a quarter for every 5 minutes. It's a lot of money, but they have plenty of these small kiosks. I think one of the problems before too was ours looked like giant spacemen instead of, small, compact units that can be spaced close enough that you're not walking 2 blocks to get to a parking place. And also, they can be, now they're just so much smaller than what they were back then. But I really do think that most people expect to pay when they come to places anymore. And there are apps, that have been talked about that tell you where the spaces are. And I like the fact that, it incentivizes the employees not to park and the business owners not to park downtown. They could get monthly passes. They could, they wouldn't have to pay on a daily rate, perhaps. So there's just lots of things that I think we can listen to and hear about. I also wonder if during this process, it might be good to do a survey of just how many beach towns already have paid parking, to use as our argument with the Coastal Commission, that we're not trying to shut people out. We're just trying to pay our expenses. So I think a survey of who has paid parking up and down the coast near us, and even as far maybe as Pismo Beach and up the coast as well. I think those things always help for people to know that we're not the only one doing it. And it is interesting to hear that Pacific Grove is looking at it. I also think that our parallel parking sometimes complicates things versus diagonal parking. But
Karen, I'm feeling you're saying yes. You're saying yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Good. And Jeff, the fourth.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this matter.
Thank you.
First, on the matter of ocean parking, sea parking versus downtown parking, I'm generally more in favor of downtown parking. And the reason is that, you know, one of the issues that I talk about a lot is the proliferation of cars downtown. And when I read the Walker report and understood the effect that parking meters have on sort of the distribution of parking, I'm really interested in that. I'm really interested in in defining the sort of outer commercial part of downtown where the employees can park. And by that, I would include the Vista Lobos parking and the Sunset Center parking for free, and avoiding the traffic issues that we have in the central core. I think what we have, you know, to what Carrie and Karen have both said, is that the people that come in last are the customers, and they're the people who are the visitors, and they're the people who are least familiar with Carmel, and they come in and they find all these roads, and they find some of the roads are really crowded, and they're just driving everywhere to try and find parking spots. I mean, it's crazy what free parking has done to downtown. And I'm really interested in using this sort of pay-as-you-go model to alleviate what I think could alleviate a lot of the congestion. You know, Carrie spoke about what happened in 2013 or 2014, whenever it was. And what I remember from that 6-month experiment was that it was a joy to walk on Ocean Avenue for 6 months because there weren't cars everywhere on Ocean Avenue. It made it easier to cross the street. It made it easier just to walk down the street without being assaulted by cars and pollution from cars and noise from cars and all those things. And it was frankly glorious. It's a completely different downtown experience to have that going on. So I'm definitely in favor of trying to find a solution downtown that not only raises the money that everyone else has talked about, but alleviates the congestion. A couple people have remarked on, a couple council members have remarked on sort of making the residential parking permit only. And I'm not in favor of that. I think the reason is that we have cars coming into downtown. Some of them are employees and some of them are visitors. And those people need to have a place to park. I mean, we can't make the entire city permit only and require employees and visitors to walk from the elementary school at the river school or the high school or something like that. We can't. And if we have all of this permit only parking, like what they do in Palo Alto, where are these people going to park? I mean, they're not, they're bringing their cars in, and until we solve the problem of mass transportation coming into Carmel, we can't simply outlaw parking in the residential area. The only way we can do that is to reduce, the only way we can mitigate this problem is to reduce the number of cars that are coming into town. And I hope we can fix that by getting employees to ride the bus or getting visitors to ride the bus or take taxis from the airport or whatever it is and not bring in their cars. But that's really not what we're talking about. We're talking about parking. I agree that parking in the Del Mar parking lot is an interesting idea. I worry, I'm not sure how much to worry, and I would ask sort of staff to investigate this as to whether this is a real problem or not. I worry that the same charge for parking effect in the downtown that we talked about in the downtown area. If we put parking kiosks in the Del Mar parking lot, which as everyone knows is a complete and utter zoo when there are a lot of people trying to get to the beach. My fear is that if we put parking meters in the Del Mar parking lot, what will happen is the surrounding residential neighborhoods will become zoos. That all of those people that are tied up in traffic, tied up in their quest to get a spot in Del Mar and eventually make their way onto San Antonio and Scenic will start somewhere else, and they will, because somewhere else is free, and we will move that traffic congestion problem from Del Mar to somewhere else. So I don't know how that would play out. I would be very concerned that would play out. I think we saw some of that during the pandemic. In fact, I know we saw some of that during the pandemic when we closed the Del Mar parking lot. And so, as we increase the parking fees in the Del Mar parking lot, we're going to start to mimic those effects. So I would ask staff, as you consider paid parking, which again is my second choice, but as you consider paid parking in the Del Mar, we have some real life experience about what happens when the Del Mar parking becomes unavailable. We saw it. And I think that lesson is really very instructive. And finally, someone mentioned, and I think it was Karen, and you'll forgive me if I'm mistaken here, about variable rates parking. I think that is a really interesting idea, and the ability to. So, for example, if we put parking meters on Ocean and let's say 6th and 7th. So, for example, if we just put 3 streets of parking meters up, I think the idea of being able to fiddle with the parking with the amount that we charge per hour, whether it's $1.50 or $2 or $2.50, to help manage the congestion and maximize our revenues, I think that is a really interesting idea. And I know San Francisco does that stuff. I'm sure other communities do that stuff. It's all over Europe. So I would hope that whatever solution we would investigate would have the ability to sort of tinker with the parking even on a daily basis. So if parking is more expensive on the weekend than on the week, more expensive at particular hours of the day, however it is that would work, I would be interested in sort of exploring parking fees as a management tool. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm going to take that as a yes then. Okay, good. So I was going to just say yes to this, but now since everybody else has had a chance to opine, I'll just register a couple of my comments. One is that as far as concerns about the Del Mar lot and the Coastal Commission, I would say that we could probably go ahead and dedicate funds from that allocated specifically to scenic pathway improvements and restoration of the access to the beachway there. That would address the public access concerns. As far as access for the public to the north lot at Sunset, I'd say we bite that off separately. We go ahead and put paid parking back in there. The residents get the pass to go into the downtown area, but I'd also think that the merchant should be able to buy a parking permit for their employees down there the way it used to be. And then as far as neighborhood parking goes, I'd say let's take a look at the fact that we've had discussions in the past about the impact of construction in the neighborhoods. Let's go ahead and figure out, is there a charge we should assess to the construction community for taking up public spaces with equipment, with material storage, taking up the right-of-way? I think that's a discussion that would be pretty quick to have. Instead of biting off this entire discussion about parking in one global discussion, how about taking it down incrementally? I think we get it more quickly accomplished. I know going into the commercial sector is going to be the combat zone. I'd rather go ahead and get some immediate revenues instantaneously. I'd also put on the table now something I've discussed before. Let's take a look at this north lot at the Sunset Center, see if there's a private partnership out there where we could go ahead and get 2 levels of parking paid for in exchange for developing the air rights above that property. Let's just open that up and see what that looks like. So those are my thoughts. I'm very supportive of this idea. I hope that the community realize that there's revenues out here that will also allow us to provide the services we much discussed earlier this evening. But I do think as far as Sunset Del Mar lot goes, if we go ahead and earmark those monies for specific improvements to the scenic trail, coastal access, I think the Coastal Commission would be receptive of that idea. It doesn't seem to be that hard to climb in my mind. That said, we've had a discussion. I think we've got consensus unanimous. Chip, I don't think you need any more direction. I think you've got multiple paths to go down here. Let's come back with a more simple way of approaching it, I hope. Carrie, thank you for bringing this up. And then maybe you'll like to take up a mail delivery next week. No, Karen, no, Karen. I'm just kidding, honestly.
One thing at a time.
Exactly.
Whoa, Nelly.
Exactly. All right. So unless there's any other thoughts for future agendas, has anybody got anything on their mind they'd like to put on a future agenda? I think we'll clutter the next ones up pretty well for a couple of months. All right. Well, thank you all for your, Karen? Yes. Are you waving goodbye? Karen?
Yeah, when are we going to get an update from the ad hoc committee?
Which
in May. On outdoor seating? In May. In May.
Okay, and we are on for a retreat in May. Is that understood?
We're picking up dates right now. I don't think we have a date specific, do we, Chip?
Yeah, I think the 12th.
I think it was the 12th. I think everybody agreed to the 12th.
Good.
And I think it's from 9 to 4. It's facilitated by this brilliant ex-land use planner who's now your city administrator. And he's going to do his best. He will do his best to facilitate. And it's open to the public, clearly. It'll be in person. We're going to meet at sunset. Yeah, we'll go. We'll talk about the strategic vision and plans that you created in November.
Aren't Weiners coming back to facilitate it?
In November of 19, and we will go from there. So looking forward to it, and it'll be all of you. Thank you for responding so quickly. The executive team and myself and whoever else wants to come.
Question, will there be a scribe?
Oh, there will be a scribe with good handwriting.
Okay.
Which will not be me in that case.
Will not be me either.
Okay.
All right, that noted, guys. I just want to let you know I kicked ass on the over-under tonight. I said we wouldn't be done anywhere before 9. Chip said he thought we could wrap this up around 8:30. So thank you guys for helping me out on that one. All right, take care. Thanks much, guys. Well done.